YouTube chat, please. Please work. Okay, Twitch chat, refresh. YouTube chat, refresh. Test. Okay, I don't know why the first time it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, I believe, yeah, okay, this is my main file. Okay, level 1, 2, and 9 are fully cleared. Although, level 9 is basically a slightly interactive cutscene, so it's kind of impossible to not fully clear it. Okay, so a couple things. One, I was messing around with a blank save file after stream yesterday, and I was mistaken. If you start up a new file and you get one of the fire alarms, but nothing else, it actually does appear over on this side. So, because it doesn't start in the middle and then slowly expand outward as you get more items, I think there is only 5 collectibles, because this is nice and evenly spaced. And secondly, I accidentally got an achievement when I was just messing around. Oh, well, I guess I didn't get it on this save file. I got Son of Man. I got it on my Steam profile. So I can go ahead and get it on this profile, although there's not going to be a pop-up. Okay, so clone. This is the episode where you get that episode level. I'm too sunshine-brained. Oh, that's cute. Because it's the clone episode, that's the episode where level. The clone level has all of the alarm clocks. Okay, before I continue, I'm gonna go grab my water. And just to make sure I'm not being a dumbass, it is Monday? It is Monday. Okay, I do not work today. So, full stream. Oh, right. Controls. I was messing around with some stuff, and I rebound my grab button. One thing that would be nice is to be able to see your tracked collectibles without having to leave the level. Oh, right, I need this. Okay, I am going to turn master up a little bit. Because I like this music. Huh? Why is it making it so small? Unfortunately, the happy music does not last for very long. Oh? Okay, I don't know if you're going to be able to get that in a single grab. Yeah, that's still pretty high up. Although that was pretty close. No. Actually, if I could get this to be angled up onto the wall. Unfortunately, you cannot rotate things upward. I could have maybe gotten that a little bit bigger. Because what? Oh. Right. I want this to be as big as possible in my initial field of view. Because you can change the initial size in the field of view. And then you can also change when you place it. Oh, So maybe if I make it slightly smaller. Rotate it to the side. Unfortunately, that's not close enough. Okay, so it is possible to get up here using only a single one. However, I do not know if it is possible to place it only a single one. To get it to the size that you need. Oh, you totally can. Nice. Okay, so make it big. You go over to this corner. You place it up in this corner, close-ish to the door. Nice. Okay, here we go. Okay, that should have done it. Son of man, an apple for a head. Okay, so now I'm fully blind on achievements, I believe. Yeah, okay. Tiny apple. Okay, yeah, it looks like there is a minimum object size. Because every time I'm duplicating these, I think they're all the same size. Okay. Okay, full cleared, cubism. Fire extinguisher, constellation, chess piece. Okay, this is definitely not the loading screen you want in a speedrun, because I think that's one of the longer ones. Fire extinguisher, constellation, chess piece. Oh, right. Wait. Is cubism the horror level? No, blackout is the horror level. I love this game's humor. Especially, like, at the very end with reception being replaced with deception. Because they were making you think that you were completely lost when it was all part of the process. Oh, why hello there. You sneaky little constellation. almost got it. Is that like someone flipping a pancake? Oh no, it's a coffee mug. Okay. That was nice and convenient. Oh, interesting. The hallway obscures the stars. I'm sorry, what are you? Your table? Oh. Easter egg. Okay, the table is to get back out. Is there anything on this side? Yes, yes, there is. Wait, well, I mean, you can get out, but what's the point? I mean, they could have very easily not did that. Hmm. Guess maybe just to keep things symmetrical? Although it's not even really symmetrical because that entry is in the middle. That entry is back here. Very odd. Okay, notes. Eggs. So that's the chapter 9 egg. Steam. Browse the screenshot. Move this in. This is the chapter 3 egg. Okay, I only have screenshots for the chapter 3 and chapter 9 egg, but I'm pretty sure that I found one in chapter 2, and I found one in another of the chapters, but I can't recall which. Actually. Hey, you can totally skip that cube. Alright, fire extinguishers. Okay, I found the constellation. So that's out of the way. And so far there's only been one constellation per thing. I'm sorry, who the fuck are you? Oh? Hmm. Okay, so it's just... And I already got the chess piece up there, so there's definitively multiple chess pieces per area. Cubism, the new exhibit. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, I didn't want it to go behind the trash can. I wanted it to go in the trash can. Huh? A golden chess piece? Oh. A hidden chess board. Is there anything in the floorboards? Okay, well, I can take this with me. Oh, except I can't. I think this was just to find the golden chess piece. You know what? Level 1. Duplicate. Okay, make a new group. Actually, no. Okay, I need to organize my notes better. So we are going to take a pause to do that. Okay, delete folder. Level 1 canvas, delete. No, delete. And then this. Okay, yeah, that's the default file. Okay. Create group, level 1. Or rather, level 3. Let's just make this real big. Let's just take a better screenshot. Yeah. Okay, so gold, chess, bishop. Images. No, rename. Images. Level 3. Okay, so gold, chess, bishop. Easter. Is Easter egg 1 or 2 words? That is something I don't know. Easter egg 1 or 2 words. Okay, it looks like it's typically 2 words. Okay, so it's 2 words. Okay, so Easter egg 3. Easter egg level 3. Easter egg level 3. That's a good file name for that. Although I'm probably going to get a better image at some point. Okay, this was in level 1. This is miscellaneous. I don't know which levels these are from. These are in level 8. Okay, that's letters. Why are you doing this? I don't think that's in this. I think that's level 2. Okay, so level 3, I can shrink this group down. Okay, 2 from the top, and then 1 from the left. There. That's nice. And then I can move those all around as I see fit. Okay. Now let's... You know what, I'll go ahead and just close the notes for now. You cannot grab the chessboard, but you can... grab the chess piece. What is your purpose? To be a fake out? Or to just be a hidden item? Well, you could definitely take some of this stuff back up through that hole. That's something to keep in mind. there's a deadbolt on this one. Oh, a bit of a funky deadbolt because it has the key slot on both sides. So in order to actually lock it, you have to use the key. Oh, apple. I cannot interact with the apple. Okay, so... this blueprint is level 3 blueprint. Now, I don't know if there's a way for me to zoom in more. Okay. Okay, now... wrong canvas. Okay, now... one of you was... okay, so... this file right here can go away. Oh. Okay, I was expecting one of these to allow me to just keep pushing it into the ground, into a secret tunnel. Also, I'm pretty sure this mechanic is only used in this one room. Which feels a shame because it's pretty cool. Duck. Oh. You can kind of climb up this. It's like a pseudo spiral staircase. I bet there's a chest piece on top of that. Okay. Okay, gotta kind of go around the back. Okay, I think I actually did get to the top of it. Because it's not super high, as you can see from that. I don't think I saw anything on top of it. Although that would have been a cool place to put one. It seems that, like, once something settles down, it kind of stops being interacted by physics. Because, like, I can't move these. Although, actually, no, they have to. That makes sense that they would stop being interactive by physics. Otherwise, this top slab up here would just fall down and immediately it would fall apart. That might be a bit too far to jump. That's cute. Okay, so you can go against the wall. Oh, there's actually nothing up here? Interesting. That would have been a perfect spot to put something. Because you just gave the player a lot of building blocks to mess with. Oh. Okay, and this is a secondary blueprint from level 3. This one actually doesn't have a logo on it, which is interesting. Okay, so 3 underscore blueprint dash 1. 3 underscore blueprint dash 2. 3 underscore egg. Is blueprint 1 or 2 words? Blueprint. I think it's 1 word. Yeah, it's just 1 word. I was surprised I didn't grab that one. Main menu. Let's see progress. Okay, I found there's only 1 constellation. I got all the fire extinguishers. Now it's just the chess piece. Now, so far, I don't think any of the chess pieces have just been like hidden around a corner. Like so far, I think they've all been like you have to actually get to them. And I believe that's the that's actually at the start of one of the levels where you go off to the right to the relaxation room. I think that might be Blackout, maybe. So level 4. It would be nice. I mean, I guess this is the way to check which pieces you have, but I would like to be able to check on a per level basis. I don't think there's anything back here, but I will look again. No, actually, can I... Looking at my monitor, can I increase the gamma? Because I don't think there's any in-game gamma settings. Okay. Display. Brightness. Okay, I can increase the brightness up. That did not appear to do anything. Contrast. Okay, it did help somewhat, but not a significant amount. Are you something? Options. Graphics. Yeah, there's no way to just increase the brightness. Yeah, I don't know why they have that hole there. It doesn't seem like there's anything there. I can go ahead and get a better image, a better screenshot for this Easter egg. Can I disable the HUD? That would be good. That would be cool. Now this feels very suspicious. Oh, except that's a wall back there. Oh, okay, that's a hole up there. Okay. I already got the chess piece that was up in there. I don't think there's any reason to go back in there. As in, like, I've gone in there before, and there wasn't really anything. Do not cross. Okay, yeah, that seems pretty solid to me. Is there anything I can grab through there? Just maybe not. It doesn't look like it though. Okay, let's see if there's another funky looking floor panel. Or maybe a funky looking wall panel. It looks like some specific tiles on the chessboard have shading on them. Okay, no, that's just shadows. There you are. Got it. Okay, the first 3 levels fully cleared. Blackout? I imagine most of the fire extinguishers are in that one hallway. Oh no, it's not in Blackout. Okay, I'm just gonna go along the left side. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Restart level. Okay, and the blackout itself is on a timer. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and I'm actually gonna see if those were the ones that I missed. Okay, yeah, those were the only ones that I missed. Because the first time through, well, I mean, it was new and fresh, so it was still actual horror. Okay, so it's just the Constellation Room. So basically just look for a corner. Oh, door closed behind me? Okay, so I do have all the chess pieces. So that makes me think there actually isn't anything up there. Which is a tad unfortunate. Although, perhaps a tad fortunate because stacking cylinders is very arduous. Actually, this would be a good room to put it in. Oh, I don't think I interacted, or rather, experienced that last time. Actually, It's possible that the Constellation Room only exists in dark mode, but I could also just rush forward until I find until like I activate the generator. More chess pieces. Oh, this would be a nice, clever spot to put it. There we go. Huh? Okay, so I cannot jump up 3 high box. Okay, I doubt it's going to be in this room because there was a chess piece in this room. And it would be weird to put 2 of the collectible secrets in the same location. Oh, there's another recycling bin here. I thought maybe the reception desk was the only one. Okay, well, here's the generator. Bees. Okay, and then this leads to the elevator. so now, in theory, it should be a lot easier to look for... Is it you? Do I need to go get some beans? No, because there's this. Okay, I don't have anything to stack with, so I'm not sure if you're just a wall or not. Because I can't pull things through that door. Interesting that the red is still glowing in there, even though the sign is gone. Okay, I'm gonna hold off on jumping down there. I'm gonna see if anything's changed on this side. No, okay, no, these doors are still closed. Yeah, still don't know what that's all about. Unless it's in a language I don't understand. Or maybe it's like reversed audio. Interesting. I felt I was pretty thorough. No, it's not there. Okay, well, I guess maybe I can try rushing into the room and doing something before they pull the switch. Or maybe like try not looking at them. Okay, no. Not looking at them does not do anything. You are very well hidden. I'm gonna come back to you. This one has all of the things. So far, it looks like red is winning. Interesting. It's almost there. There we go. Okay, so you can do that one with a single click. A single grab, rather. Just a little bit finicky. It might be like jump arc based. So actually, this level had everything except for blueprint. So we got to be on the lookout for Constellation Room as well. I wish there was an option to keep the smiley face cursor. It's unfortunate that it has to go away. Sad. There's probably a mod to make it permanent. Oh. Okay. Okay, you can definitely do that with one click. Now, fortunately, this can also be done with a single click. Or a single grab use. Oh, right, there was a chess piece up here. They're probably not going to do multiple things using the same thing. Oh, okay. You can definitely do that using just one. I think there was a chess piece or something up here. Oh, breaker. No, wait, that's the voltage meter? Like how you check how much energy you've used over time? Or for the past month? Oh, this is a workbench. That's a clamp that is clipping into the trash can. Unfortunate. The trash can did not deserve that. Oh. Hey. Here we go. Dream soda. Okay. Okay, so that is the constellation. Okay, so I still got everything else. That one might be a contender for the shortest loading screen. Oh wow, this is the end. Interesting. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, do you still... Do I still have to click on the fire alarms that clone? I didn't think those ones counted. Interesting. Okay, just fire extinguishers and the chest piece then. Oh, yeah, because I think this one cloned as well. And that one definitely cloned. But now they're stuck out because they're activated and you can't clone them. That's very interesting. Ah, I see. I need to stack these up to get to the top of that. Oh, no? You didn't put the chest piece on top of this? Interesting. Then what's the point of this board? This would have been a great place to put it. Actually, hang on. Is that ceiling solid? I can't tell if that ceiling isn't solid or if that's just how it looks when viewed at a non-standard angle. Okay, well, it's definitely hard collision. Well, I can... Okay, no, actually, no, this is a warbly door. I can't bring it through. Wait a second. Can I... do this? No. I want to keep the smiley face. Oh? Oh, I hit the trigger. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty sure things cannot be physics interacted with by the player. Like, if they're in a, like, sitting still state. Like, they have to have a little bit of momentum already. Like that. But then once they're standing still. I think this is missing a texture. Or maybe they just look a little weird with this paint color. Oh. Oh, you're not gonna come through? There we go. That was probably it. Okay, that's what the apple is for. I mean, the fan. Ah. Actually... Okay, I need to be more precise with this. Except it's just making not the same size. Because I was wanting to try and get up into that vent. Because this vent does not have a cover. Although this room had a chess piece, so maybe they wouldn't have it so close. Man, how did I have this? No. Okay, you just gotta like jump at an unusual angle. I can maybe get up this? I don't think there was a item filter past the... this. Oh, and this is the one that gives you infinite. Well, I mean, it doesn't give you infinite, but it gives you a bunch of this. Okay, so I can definitely bring this through here. And then use these to climb. Although, it's going to be a little slow. I have to take them one at a time. Although, how far back am I allowed to take them? I could also take them into here. Damn, I could take them super far back if I wanted to. I could take them all the way back here to get up into there. Oh, they don't... Okay, there's the last grill. They don't have any grills. I keep saying grill because I'm thinking Emancipation Grill from Portal. But they don't have any item filters along this entire stretch because you can't hold these. So there's no reason to have an item filter because it's impossible through intended means to transfer the items. So I can 100% take a one of these vending machines. I can 100% take one of these vending machines back. And if it's up there in that vent, I'm gonna be so happy because I love more complex puzzles like that. Like multi-step puzzles using items from different areas. I absolutely love those. Well, the first things first. Okay, the fan. This thing is not affected by the fan. Okay, I'm gonna need a... I am not gonna need a couple. Rip. Nope. Oh, that's gone. I'll leave that there. I don't think I'm gonna need it. And I have a bazillion more over here. Okay, no, nothing up here. Oh. Oh? Crap. It's not a completion secret, it's a bonus secret. Okay, yeah, I think that one is stuck up there from the collision. I'm gonna go grab another. I wanted to get up there so I could get a proper screenshot. But if the game is tracking anything, it probably only requires that I click on the egg. I think I'm just gonna leave you there. Crap. Okay, it needs to be like more in the middle of the room, because I think the walls mess it up. Crap. Okay, and then make you a little bit bigger. Okay, I don't think there is, okay, there's the screenshot. Oh. Interesting. It changed colors. I do appreciate that it gives off light. That's more piping. Oh, bye-bye. Okay, I would like to have my light giver, please. Okay, well. Crap. Okay, well, if there is something more up there... That's for another time. I believe I'm in level 5 right now. New group. Screenshots. Okay, so image f24 underscore egg a dash a, and then dash b. Oh, no, I'm in level 5, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, level 5. Okay, got all the extinguishers. Although that's a interesting... That's a different kind of Easter egg. It's a different kind of Easter egg. because it had a funky texture, and then the texture changed after I clicked it, and then I was able to grab it. Very odd. Okay, I'm going to take a small break to go and eat some foodstuffs. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Okay. Main menu. Okay, well, I found an Easter egg. I did not find the chess piece. Oh, it's a projector. That's what that is. And then that's a moon filter, so it makes an image go through. Okay, so I'm gonna go take an ibuprofen. My head's starting to hurt. Okay, so it turns out I'm a dumbass and the ibuprofen was on my desk. Okay, so top row's done. Constellation, chess piece, everything. Okay, so it's level 6 where you get. Oh? Sweet E. I don't know if this door was always open. I don't think it is because I'm pretty sure I would have noticed this door being open. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, there's this row here. Hmm. Sweet E. Okay, options. I need to turn my audio on. And then gameplay.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'd
Oh.
like to discuss the assumption that secret or out-of-the-way locations ought to contain valuable knowledge instead of pipes filled with squandered human potential. They usually don't. If you think about it, they probably shouldn't. It's bad design.
Okay. Okay, well that's clearly hinting towards the player to, like, go look in out-of-the-way places. But I'm curious as to what triggered this door to open. Because I've been looking in out-of-the-way places already. Hmm. A little surprised there isn't an achievement for jumping on the bed. Okay, I want to re-listen to that.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'd like to discuss the assumption that secret or out-of-the-way locations ought to contain valuable knowledge instead of pipes filled with squandered human potential. They usually don't. If you think about it, they probably shouldn't. It's bad design.
They usually don't. So that is explicitly telling the player that there is, like, some secrets hidden in out-of-the-way locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 11. I bet this door opens at some point because that's a rather unique door handle. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just what double doors look like. Wait, excuse me? Okay, that sign is kind of clipping through. That's going in the bug report file. And this is level 6. I wonder if all of these rooms slowly open up over time. I totally would put a fire alarm right here. Also, what do you mean bad design, Dr. Glenn? You mean bad game design or bad facility design? I can see it being bad facility design, But bad game design? I think that's good game design, having things for the players to look for. That's very good. Especially in a game all about secrets. Well, I suppose this game isn't all about secrets, but it is definitely a puzzle game. That's kind of interesting because that is not how electric cords work. That TV should not have any power whatsoever. I fall here? Oh no, it's the spooky swinging lamp. Oh, you can take it out. That's funny. Wait a second. If I can... take you out of here... Does that mean... Yo, I can bring the fan through here, but I can also... push all this shit through. Can I? I can't tell. Crap. Oh, okay, no. Game objects cannot go through it. But I can carry stuff through. Oh, but I can't carry anything through this door. Sad. Super sad. Okay, let's reset to checkpoint. Nice. Okay, well, now I'm trapped. Okay, it does not make a... Unfortunately, that isn't a way to get... Like, that would be cool if this was a secret paradox. But sadly, that is not the case. Oh? Nice. Oh, there's a chess piece on top of the door. Okay, so notes, level 6. Create group. Level 6. And then bring the image in. Okay, so 6 underscore blueprint. And then level 6 folder. Blueprint goes in there. Okay, I'm gonna just start deleting some of these images because they are taking up a lot of space. Okay. Okay, notes. Level 6, expand. Okay, so that's probably the last chess piece and blueprint. I can actually go ahead and check. No, there's another blueprint. Interesting. But I did get all the chess pieces and all of the alarms. Although now I'm curious if does the fire alarm switch actually count as the alarm itself? Or is the thing that makes the light and noise, is that the alarm? Okay, so I believe there was another blueprint. It would not surprise me if it wanted me to like do climbing, because this would be the perfect room. And because this is here, it's not like I'm directly going through. Although I don't have building material. I need to go and get the bouncy house. Oh? Okay, so I already got this one. So this image is... Oh, I didn't screenshot it, so this is not in my notes just yet. Unfortunately, I can't just extract that raw image and put it into my notes, because looking at game files risks spoiling things that I do not have unlocked naturally. Interesting. I'm trying to... Obsidian. I'm trying to align these so that this one... Okay, level 6 blueprint. Over 1, down 2. I press down and it goes to the right one. And it also stops being aligned to the grid. Okay, 6 blueprint dash 1. 6 blueprint dash 2. Yeah, that's weird. So like down, 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 down. Oh, I understand. It's because the resolution of the image is not the same as the resolution of the grid. So if I'm just moving it along the grid, I can get it close like that. But if I snap it and then I press down, it snaps it to the grid first. Okay, so what I need to do actually is, okay, so align that to the grid, align this to the grid. This gets snapped to the grid. Okay, so all of that is aligned to the grid. So then level 5 comes over here. Okay, so that's all lined up. Level 6, snap to the grid, snap to the grid. Okay, now that is all lined up. I'm going to move these around a little bit so that blueprints are like right on top of each other. There we go. That looks good to me. Okay, well, you had to climb a little bit to get to the blueprint. Although I don't know if they're going to want you to be climbing all the way up. Yeah, because without something a little narrower, I don't think I'm going to be getting up onto those pillars. Actually, if I can get this thing turned sideways, I could maybe do something. Unfortunately, due to what it's intended to be used for, it does not like going sideways. Like, it defaults to being perfectly vertical. I think the bouncy house is the only movable object in this area. Okay, it's just brick wall behind this curtain. Unfortunate. I wonder if you count as real trash cans. Oh. Oh wow, that brought me back real far. Oh. Make it just small enough for me to get up. want to see if I can get this to be big enough to where I can walk through the fan blades. Okay, well, I can definitely make it really big, but I can't get up. If I can have it angled down into the pool slightly. Like that. That's perfect. Oh, except... it was not close enough. Okay, that's pretty big. It's big enough to the point where you probably have to climb up to get onto it. Okay, you totally can climb out. Oh, okay. Ooh, it might... if there is something out here, it might have been up on top of the windows. Oh, I can't... Okay, actually, maybe this isn't what it wanted me to do. Although it is very funny. That's probably doable in a single click. Although I still want to. I still think that the making myself tiny thing. I still think there's something to that. So I'm guessing either I need to land on the windows to like get on top of the window. Specifically this window because there's a wall in the way there. I'm guessing I either need to land on top of the windows or I need to make this big enough such that I am small enough to go under the windows. Okay, that might be good. Okay, yeah, the all of the everything starts to freak out. I don't know if it's because I'm this small or if it's because I'm so close to the edge of the map. Okay, definitely still too big to go under that. But they definitely could have just put a collision hitbox on the turbine to make it so you can't walk through it. And they also didn't really have to put collision on any of this trim. So this definitely feels somewhat intended, even if the level culling would beg to differ. But also, these windows are not on the same elevation as those windows. But yeah, I'm definitely going to add this entire experience to my bug report notes. Because if this isn't intended, I feel this should get fixed. Okay, well, you can't really go anywhere from here, and there's no shot you're making that jump. I could go down a level. I'm still waiting for, like, just a pebble-sized Easter egg to pop up. Oh, the window's gonna be in the way, so I'm not gonna be able to make it much further. Unless I can go behind the window. Oh. See, that would have actually been the perfect place to put an Easter egg, because it would be impossible to click it from normal size because the window would be in the way. Yeah, that's the perfect, that if I were to recommend to the dev for like a spot to hide something, that would be an amazing place to hide it. Okay, reset checkpoint, and I'm gonna go ahead and copy video URL. Okay, I cannot copy video URL at a specific timestamp while I'm live. Okay, so I'll just leave that paused there. Okay, now let's just play the game normally. Also, slight modeling error. This red thing needs to come back some. Oh, okay. Little surprised that did not give me anything. Yeah, you have to actually look away. Question. Interesting. Actually, resetting to checkpoint at this map size. You would be able to get access to the railings. I'll have to look into that later. And we are quite fortunate they give you such a large room to play with. So you're able to do this in a single grab release. Okay, I want to get as close to you as possible so you have maximum field of view. You know what? That's still acceptable. I can still get in there. Oh, interesting. I can't go under here. I wonder if I'm just like slightly too tall or something. Or if the collision does go all the way to the ground. This would be the perfect room to hide some shenanigans in. I do love that the door is kind of peeled open slightly, so you can use it as a ramp. Checka, 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 choo, choo. Hey, excuse me? Really? That box's collision goes all the way to the wall? That's odd. Oh, the box's collision goes all the way to the flaps. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. But, yeah. Personally, I would have bound the collision to the model itself, so that the flap sticking out still stops the player at normal size, but then you are still, if you're this small, you're able to go under. But then again, the intended solution results in you being in here at normal size, not tiny man. Oh, you can totally get up on top of those pipes. Wait, empty all fire extinguishers? Like, all of them in the game? Oh, that is good. Beautiful. Okay, well, Let me go ahead and reset to checkpoint. Here's the intended solution, I'm pretty sure, is you place this up inside the keyhole. Oh, actually, the intended solution might not be to grow to full size just yet. Maybe you're actually supposed to, like, walk over to the edge of the table. No, that takes way too long. Oh, this is taking a while to fall. This thing must weigh like nothing or have like a super low internal density. Okay. Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable. Okay. Now let's actually walk around this chessboard. Really? That's just a texture error? That's not a door? That's very surprising. Oh, wait, I can probably just walk up this, maybe? Okay, I think this is much faster than having it fall from the sky. Oh, no, that's tape. It wasn't a texturing thing, it was just a shiny piece of tape texture that's just in the darkness. Oh, almost. There we go. And there is nothing up here. There's the blueprint. Okay. So I'm going to do that. I would prefer to be a little bit smaller. Oh wow, there's 3 blueprints in level 6. No, let's not do that. Poker chip? A single poker chip. Well, I mean, obviously I'm going to duplicate this until it stops. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Options, graphics. Graphics are all the way low. Interesting. Please use other door. Okay, well. First things first, let me just go ahead and grab you, place you in there. Actually, I think I might want this a little bit bigger. Just so I have more physical wiggle room. Oh? Hmm. There we go. Oh, are you kidding? I had it facing the wrong direction. Oh. Did not realize it was going to send me that far back. Actually, I want this. No, I want it bigger, but I don't want it insanely big. Okay, and it's facing the correct direction. Oh, okay, so the collision does not go all the way to the wall. But I cannot grab it anymore. Okay. Fire extinguisher, extinguisher. Okay, so I've gotten all the extinguishers. Okay, I'm looking through the achievements. I don't care anymore. Okay, all the alarms. Okay, hidden. Okay. Speedrun. Vaguely activated achievement. Congratulations on doing something. Okay, I'm guessing that's find all the eggs. Find the hidden trophy. Developer commentary mode. All challenges in challenger mode. Import a 3D model into the game. Contribute an item to the... Dude, don't do that. I shouldn't have to play someone... I shouldn't have to mess with multiplayer to fully complete a single player experience. Because import a 3D model into the game, I'm just going to import a single vertex, and then I'm going to get the thing. Contribute an item to the workshop, I'm just going to upload that single vertex and then immediately delete it. Upload a dream, I'll just make some crappy nonsense, upload it, and then delete it. Play someone else's dream. I mean, I can probably... How do I do that? Extra modes. Workshop. Click on water cooler to import objects, supported file types, blah blah blah. Models and textures need to be in the same folder. Objects can be placed on buttons to activate each station. Don't make a mess. Dr. Pierce. Repair. Photos. Dream construction. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I can import something into the soda machine. Neat. Upload. Oh, time limit. Completed. Oh, that's funny. Also, none of these things are using space. So let me... I would like to be able to use space to go up. Oh, no, no, I don't like that. I don't like the push in the direction you're looking. I've never liked those flight controls. Okay, well... I suppose I might as well get some of these achievements out of the way. Okay, look, Blender made a cube. Control Shift S. Or rather, what's the ported file types? Obj. I think Blender can export to Obj. File export dot obj. Let's just save it to pictures folder. Chivo cube. Okay, close. Don't save because none of that matters. Okay. Where do I import object? Import model. Oh, okay. Where the fuck is photos? Okay, well, I'm going to remove that while it's pulling up my actual file thing. Photos, pictures. Copy as path. Okay. Okay, so pictures. Okay, users, user. Pictures. Okay. Import. So you guys didn't see the Steam pop up, but yeah, it gave me this. Okay. contribute an item to the workshop. Upload a dream to the workshop. Only exists for the achievement. We'll delete immediately. Hidden upload. Done. Okay, I guess make a dream now. Play dream. Put objects in construct a dream. Play to experience the dream firsthand. Saved and access in the office. Remember to save. You can right click to bring up object properties. Oh. Keep upright. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, I'm guessing this is like the developer speedrun time. Okay, no, okay. Fucking game bringing up a bunch of nonsense. Okay, game video going away. Hidden. Level must be completed before uploading? Alright. Okay, level is completed. Only exists for Achievo. Will delete immediately. Okay. Save. Okay. Upload. Okay, there we go. Got that achievement. Workshop. Game video. Okay. Load. Not owned by you. Yeah, that's fine. Play dream. Okay, play someone else's dream. Got it. Done. Quit dream. You don't even have to play it. You just have to initiate it. Okay. Dream. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. Okay. Quit. Fuck. That was not the quit area button. That was the quit game button. Okay, so options, achievements. Got all that nonsense. Extra modes. Let's do these two. Wait. Wait, really? You're really gonna... Okay, guess there's an achievement for just walking through the game. Actually, no. No, I'm not gonna touch, actually, no. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to my workshop page and just delete these. Delete, delete. Delete, delete. Okay, so I don't need those low effort contributions cluttering up the workshop page for the people who actually care about that stuff. Okay, I'm not going to do challenge mode, and I'm not going to do developer commentary mode until I have gotten all of the items, because developer commentary mode will probably spoil stuff. Battle Royale mode. Money? Dream coins. Bum. Waiting for players to load. Oh. Oh, okay, so I have to go through. It's a race. Although I thought I was in Battle Royale mode, not race mode. Okay, so the alarm clocks are items. Beans. Hidden trophy plus ducks. Okay, well, I'm moving forward, and then my character is moving forward along that bar. So it does seem like it's a race. Oh, right. You can move stuff. I forgot. I thought it was a static map. Oh. Okay. Ducks are evil. I understand. And it said generating maps. I don't know if that means the maps are like procedurally generated, or if it means like it was just loading a pre-made map. Bonus soda? Oh, duck. I don't like the duck. Okay, that's wild. What's all these gnats? That's cool. That's cute. Given the design of this map, I'm going to guess that it's pre-made. Because this has some very intentionally, seemingly intentional time saves. Wait. It's a rubber ducky tube. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, I have to dig. I don't really care about what time I get. I'm curious about the secrets. What, really? Game, really? You can't just have an ominous spotlight in the back and not let me go to it. Okay, that's mean. Okay, well, thank you for the confirmation there's no collision up there. Yeah, just under 500 seconds. Round 2. Oh my goodness. No. No. Wait, what do you mean available dream coins? I thought I got 100 in the last round. Or do I have to finish all 3 rounds? Okay. Interesting. Switch costumes here. I want to get to the relaxation room. Duck? Oh, that's a yellow barrel. Okay, I have no clue what just did that, but I am going to take full advantage. Okay, so... I'm really glad the ropes in this room do not have collision. That makes this much easier. Okay, yeah, that's a solid ceiling. There's nothing up here. Interesting. Pointing it straight down launches me up. Seems to be relative to maybe how long I'm inside the object. So if it starts out bigger, I wonder if this is like specifically unique to the moon, or if it's... Interesting. I wonder if it's like because the moon isn't affected by gravity. The moon isn't affected by physics. So the player doesn't push the moon away. The moon just stays in place. So the player gets all of the acceleration. No, okay, I'll do challenge mode. I want some new shiny things to play with. Oh? Oh, okay. Oh, you're not allowed to jump. Interesting. Oh, interesting. According to the game itself, releasing an object does not count as a grab use. Okay, so this is actually teaching you some minimum grab strats baked into the game itself. Huh? That's different. Okay, so they do change the map. Oh. Hmm. Okay. So you have to place it on the edge. Alright, same size but farther away. Same perspective but further away means it's bigger. Actually, I can do that. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, right. I have to open the door. Two grabs and a single jump. Except you... Oh. You can do this with a single grab, almost certainly, if you get a physics launch. Oh, right. Jumping. There we go. One grab? Unless they're talking about grabbing one of the boards. The cube... Okay, the cube is absolutely moved. They moved the cube in this... Because you can't just... The cube is moved slightly because the boards are, like, inaccessible. Okay, one grab. Wait, one grab? Interesting. I guess you can rotate it. I didn't think a single grab was possible. I'm learning. And then, yeah, I already know this one. Rude. Okay, so it's teaching me some of the minimum grab strats that I have already learned. Oh, okay, you can supposedly also do this one in a single grab. I thought that might be possible, but I couldn't get it just practicing in the main map. Ah, there we go. You have to... I always forget you can re-angle things. Wait, +1? What do you mean +1? Oh, that's cool. You see, the way that if I was making this game, I think it would be cool to have like some of the puzzles be like full game puzzles rather than self-contained to the main campaign. So like there could be, just as an example of what some of the deeper puzzle games do, is they would have these things scattered throughout all of the game modes. So like there would be some that are only in challenge mode. There would be some that are in the multiplayer. Like maybe there was one hidden in the multiplayer map hub. Okay, 2 grabs and 2 jumps. Okay, well, Oh, I did not do it. Is there stairs? No. Okay, so... Oh. Okay, well, if you do something like that, you can probably get it in 0 jumps. Nice. Okay, 2 grabs and 5 jumps. Oh. Okay, this one just popping into existence, I understand, because it's not an object that you can move. That first one popping into existence, even though you can grab it, I think that's because, like, that's the tutorial. Come on. You know you want to. Oh. Yeah, if you use physics launches, you can definitely minimize some of the jumps. I really hope challenge mode doesn't go full minimum grabs, because then it's going to make you do blackout in the dark. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Oh, interesting. This isn't considered a separate area. Oh, I guess maybe because you have to bring the item from the other way. Oh, this one totally could have. Because it would be one grab. It would be two grabs and then two jumps, probably. the game counts a grab as a grab rather than a grab as a grab and then a release as a grab. Although personally, if I were to do a full game thing, I would just do minimum grab or interact use. So just this button specifically. Two grabs, yep, I already know the strat for this. You want the moon as big as you can. So that you can then get this large in your field of view. Okay, this is episode level 3. I love that the fire extinguisher is just a flamethrower in challenge mode. Okay, I'm gonna see if they tweaked the egg in any way. Like, if they made that different for challenge mode. Okay, 2 grabs and 4 jumps. I think you mean 0 grabs and 2 jumps. Oh. Oh, no. They do mean... Well, I mean, you don't need the 4 jumps. Okay, so skipping that block is absolutely intended. But, yeah, you can do 1 less grab. Zero grabs and 2 jumps. Yep, I'm familiar with this. I wonder if it's going to teach me any new min grab strats. Min grab strats and minimum jump strats. Easy enough, easy enough. So are we. Huh, only one. Oh, this is blackout. Okay, there it is. That's cool. It gives off light. 1 grab and 7 jumps. Here we go. I'm guessing the 1 grab is going to be the light. You can... without oh. Oh, you could totally do that. Oh, you can totally get over that. Hey. Oh, right. Why they allowed you to move the janitor bucket, I have no idea. Wait. If the 1 grab is the sign, that means you can absolutely do this entire segment without grabs. Because the sign is completely optional. It's just really helpful. Although I'm not going to be able to resize the sign, so I'm going to have to use it in its default state, which is much smaller than I would like. Okay, so you can do that in 2 jumps. I just did it in 3, but you could do that in 2. Now, I believe the optimal way to do this is actually jumping up this. Okay, so yeah, you could do that in 5 jumps and 0 grabs. So that means this entire level as a whole requires 1 grab. Although if you take the alternate exit, it requires 2 grabs. Because you have to actually interact with the radio in order to open the last door. clone. A little surprised that wasn't a segment. Three grabs, two jumps. How about one grab? And two jumps. Okay, one moment. I forgot to disable my alarms for work, so they are all going off throughout the day. Okay, you can do this in one grab, but they're gonna give me three grabs, so I will take them. Okay, two grabs and two jumps. Now, why would you do it in two grabs? What? Why would you do it in two? You can do it in one. Wait, you just straight up can't go through this backwards? Yo! I saved the smiley face! Oh, but it's gone now. Unfortunate. I wonder if these were designed with, like, these minimum uses in mind, or if it was just, like, they made the levels and then they tested them to find what the lowest values were. Two grabs, two jumps. You can do it in one grab. I'm sorry, did that turn into a question mark, exclamation mark? Oh, okay. How do you expect me to do this in two grabs? That's very interesting. Oh, okay, you have to jump up onto the door frame. Oh. Okay, I think I understand. So you want it to just barely. Okay, so... Oh! Oh, you can totally do that in 0 jumps. You just gotta keep pushing into it until the game says fuck off. Okay, so... There we go. 1 grab, 0 jumps. Okay, it's already filled. Okay, so it looks like the challenge maps are using the... They might be using just the same map, which would make sense. To just use the same map. But then just slightly modify it. I'm guessing when we get to chapter level 8, I'm guessing the checkerboard area, the intangible checkerboard, I'm guessing they're going to ask you to do 3 grabs when you can actually do it in 0. Okay, 2 grabs, 3 jumps. Right, this. Actually, no, you want it normal sized for this. And then you make it big. Oh, I didn't make it big enough. You know, if I had rotated the other way, it would have been fine. Okay, let's just do this the easy way. Oh, I might have made it too big. Yep. There. Ooh. Actually, how do I get this in only 2 jumps? I guess you gotta make it, like, just the right size. There we go. Wait. I can take this with me? Why can't I take this one with me? Okay, so a minimum grab video probably would not be as interesting as I initially thought. Because it seems like a good number of the strats are just built into the challenge mode. Like it's expected for just casual completion. Oh, no. Down. There we go. Three grabs, 1 jump. Interesting. Little did they know you can actually do this in 2 grabs. Huh? You can totally do that in 2 grabs. How did I do that first time? Is the maybe just the giddy up animation thing is just a lot more lenient than I anticipated? Oh yeah, it is. There you go. Oh, I'm too tall. It's too big. I'm too tall. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh? That thing's bugging out. You can definitely do a physics launch there. Probably. Probably, definitely. That's probably too big again. Okay, well that's definitely doable in 2 grabs. Two grabs? Yeah. Oh. Man, every time I think I'm cool for thinking of a minimum grab strat that it's already in the game. Oh, the +1 that was at the end of the first thing. I think that was just +1 level cleared. Not necessarily +1 to any given score. I think this is level 7, Labyrinth. Yeah, because you have Labyrinth, and then you have White Space, and then you have Remembrance. Although Remembrance, you don't grab anything. It's a glorified cutscene, so I don't even know what they would do there. Maybe they just skip that level? And normally there's dialogue playing right now. I just have it turned off because having it activate every time you go through the game is annoying. But once the dialogue stops, I get teleported to the next area. Okay, you can make it back to the bed. And then it's 1 grab for the clock. I think you get 3 grabs for the clock. Because you get teleported back 3 times. Okay, 3. 4. And then this one you can ignore. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't have any challenges in these areas because they are context-based walking sims. Huh? Interesting. Egg. I'm not going to count that as an Easter egg, because it's 1, it's completely obvious, and 2, you can't interact with it like you normally can. Wait. What do you mean 0 out of 2? We're almost to the end. Oh, right. This isn't the actual elevator. This is a fake out. What happens if I don't actually look? Okay, it counts it. Oh, right. No. Fuck. That was definitely a mistake. I thought it would send me back to the start of that initial area. Good morning, still exist. Hope your day is going good. I accidentally just wasted a few minutes of my life. I pressed the restart checkpoint button, not realizing that the last checkpoint was the start of the level. Has the liminal been super? It has been hyper, even. Also, now we wait for 2 minutes for some disabled dialogue to finish talking, and then it teleports me. I am currently going through the challenge mode of the game, which is the main game, except the individual puzzle areas are checkpoints clearly marked in this game. The game will display an autosave indicator whenever you hit a checkpoint, but most of the time, the checkpoint updates at the start of a new puzzle. But yeah, right now I'm going through the challenge mode, which is just the normal game, except each of the puzzles has a restriction on how many times you're allowed to grab things and how many times you're allowed to jump. So it's kind of like a built-in tutorial for minimum grab, minimum jump, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm currently near the end of the game in the challenge mode. So if you have interest in playing the game, I would recommend not watching. Earlier I went through the list of achievements, and there were a few achievements related to like multiplayer stuff, which was a little annoying, but mostly just tedious. Basically, just go into the level editor, press a few buttons, and get free achievements, which I don't like those kinds of achievements. One, because eventually they're going to become obsolete, because online stuff is not permanent, and also because it's just easy. There's no difficulty whatsoever. It's just, oh, press the buttons, get the shiny. Oh, I could totally take something through the elevator with me. Although, I wonder what would be useful. Also, nothing would be useful if this ends up with an item filter door at the end. Which I think it might. No, it actually doesn't. Okay, 2 grabs, 4 jumps. Okay, I'm really glad that was the start of there and not the beginning of the level again. Okay, well, I can cut out a grab because I know that you can jump on that. So you can place this here. So you can actually do this in 1 grab. Single grab. Oh, well, I mean, that's the intended solution. Oh, you gonna launch me? Come on. You know you want to. Oh. Minimum grabs is gonna be mildly annoying in some spots because you're gonna be able to do physics launches to cut out some stuff. So for segmented, it's probably going to be manageable. But for full game, that's going to be painful. Three grabs. Question. Does that go all the way to the roof? It does not. I can skip over that so I can do it in quote-unquote 0 grabs. They really should patch that. Yeah, I have a list in my notes of a bunch of things that I'm going to submit bug reports for after I finish playing. Oh. One thing that is interesting for, like, full game minimum grabs is the majority of the time, if you pick something up, you have to use another grab to place it down. Because there will be doors that just don't let you go through if you're holding an item. Unfortunately, it's not they make you auto-drop the item, they just don't let you through. But what you can do is sometimes you can, like, pick up the item to solve the puzzle, go through. If the game auto-saves for a checkpoint, you can actually pause the game, reset to checkpoint, and it will reload the map at the checkpoint, but you're not holding the item. You'd be great at, like, QA or something. I love doing QA for games that I play. Like, finding bugs is half of the fun. Although, I don't know if I would enjoy QA in a more formalized setting. Because then that's not playing the game and messing around. That's, you are explicitly, like, testing in certain ways, from what I understand. But yeah, a lot of these last few levels is basically story-based walking sim, so there's fewer challenges at the end, as opposed to the beginning or the middle. Oh, right. Oh, but if you... one thing that we're about to get onto... We're about to come up to something that I found while messing around that definitely helps with minimum grabs and is somewhat related to QA. Yeah. 3 grabs. I was anticipating this. Because the way that this puzzle works is this chess grid doesn't actually exist. But if you place a chess piece on it, it does exist. Until you grab it, and then it doesn't exist. So, the intended solution for 3 grabs is you pick up one of these, you place it on the seam, and then both of them exist. But instead of doing all of that nonsense, you can do it in 0 grabs. Because if you land right in the middle, the game gets a little confused. And it just causes you to bounce. Although it is a little finicky. And what I'm doing right now is I intentionally reset my camera position, and I'm just using the arrow keys to move left and right, so the center of my screen stays static, so I can just line that up with the grid. Now, in a normal full game run, you would do a jump at the start in order to get a little bit of extra starting distance, but here you're not allowed to jump. Apparently, Hakita said he wants trippy non-Euclidean spaces for layer 8 ultra kill. So what are the chances it may look something like this? If 8-S is superliminal, I am going to freak out. Although there isn't really a grab mechanic. Well, I guess you have the grab hand from sandbox mode. But yeah, no, if 8-S is superliminal, that's going to be crazy. Ultraliminal. But yeah, no, I absolutely love non-Euclidean geometry. Like, my brain works very good with spatial awareness. So these kinds of puzzles, I really enjoy them. Okay, I don't need to do that. Okay, the ceiling is too short. If you could get the chess piece big enough, you could cover a massive chunk of the board. Oh, actually. Oh, no, it's still only covering 2 of them. My face when 5 right angles connect at one point. If you use spherical geometry, like a globe, you can actually have a 3-sided object with all 90-degree angles. Wait. Interesting that the thing is here. 270-degree triangle, go hard. Yes. It's the superior triangle, because it's both equilateral and has a higher degree count. You can probably get a physics launch here. Unfortunately, most of the time, once an object stops moving, the player can no longer influence it physically. Oh. Interesting. They don't want you having it on both sides. Okay, I need this cube to be a lot smaller. Have you played any of the Portal games? I have played Portal 2 up until the point to where you start using the gels. I got to some of those levels, and I haven't played it in a while. I haven't played Portal 1 ever, I don't think. But I am familiar with it. Oh, okay. It does only consider it to be on one side. That's unfortunate. Okay. Wait. Oh, right. It's 2 grabs because you do the first grab before you're on that side. Unfortunately, that cheese looks very much inaccessible. Mindful, finish all challenges in challenge mode. Okay. I'll see if it has custom credits. Although, even though I have played... Even though I have played some of Portal 2, I don't think I've touched any of the challenge maps. So that could be... I could probably still stream Portal. Like, do the base game and then the challenge maps after. I could also just do one-player co-op. That would be funny. I'm pleasantly surprised a game this trippy is so well optimized. If you are referring to... if you're referring to, like, the frame rate, I have the graphics settings set to low. I had it on high, and then I had to procedurally move it lower as I made it further into the game. Okay, so top 3 is done. Missing a constellation, missing a chess piece, constellation. Okay, blueprint, chess piece, and actually, the fire alarms, interestingly. There's nothing in the last level. And then chess piece, blueprint. There is an achievement for finishing the developer commentary mode, which I imagine is just the normal game, except the devs are talking. But I'm gonna do that last in case they talk about like puzzle design choices and how they hid some of the items, because I anticipate those potentially having spoilers. But one thing that I would recommend for this game is make it so you can see your collectible progress in the level. Because if you forget, you have to go back to the main menu. Okay. Alarm, chess, blueprint. And there's been some pretty interesting places for some of this stuff to be hidden. And not these chess pieces. There is explicitly red and blue chess pieces that are like super hidden. Devs talking to players about their in-game stuff is always neat. Yeah, I agree. Well, in general, I love understanding things. So having developers of things explain their thought process behind why they did certain things, that's amazing for me. And like as someone who would be interested in making games in the future, that is also a case study into things that I should or should not do. But yeah, so far there's been the base level of just the puzzles and solve the puzzles. There's the fire extinguishers and the alarms, which are kind of just on the walls and stuff. They're a little bit hidden, but for the most part, they're kind of obvious. Uh, and there's 5 main collectibles: fire alarms, fire extinguishers, constellations, which that is just a hidden room that you go to, and then you're in like an observatory type room, and you have to go to a certain part of the room and look up at a certain angle, and then the stars form out a shape, and then you click that to get the collectible. There is chess pieces, which is just these small red and blue chess pieces that are actually really well hidden. Like like one time there was one just like up there, like in a different level, up on like the ventilation, and you had to climb some stuff, build up to get to it. And then there's also blueprints, which are also pretty well hidden. You have to like semi go out of bounds. Although it is inbounds, but you have to go off of the main path. And then outside of the 5 main collectibles, there are also just actual Easter eggs, giant Easter eggs that are hidden. And when I say Easter egg, I mean like the actual like generic colored egg Easter egg that are hidden around. Actually, I can pull up my notes and show you. Hardest red blue coin in Sunshine versus easiest red blue piece in Superliminal. Well, there's 2 blue coins in Sunshine that I have not found yet, but so far the hardest blue coin that I liked was in Noki Bay. There was one where there was like a somewhat hidden corner that you had to spray some portion of the wall to have it push in to reveal the coin. That was pretty satisfying because it was actually set up to over the course of the entire game. This is my notes for level 3. This is what I mean by Easter egg. This one, actually, it's weird. It was reddish and stuff. I clicked it, and then it turned this. Most of the time, these, you click them, and you can just pick them up. But then there's these blueprints that are just scattered about. And then this is the egg for level 8. But also in level 8, there's all these letters. In one area, there's a bunch of letters scattered around. I haven't figured out what that's about yet. And then also in level 2, I don't know if you can read that, but on the wall there's some text that says, "Why are you doing this?" So I don't know what that's about either. So there's still some secrets in this game that aren't the direct collectibles. But easiest red blue piece, I'm not sure. Like, well, one, I can't remember all the coins. How much lore is there in Superliminal? On the surface level, there's not much lore. There's a bunch of documents scattered about that I didn't bother reading because you have to. There's no zoom button in the game, so you kind of just have to screenshot it and then expand it in a photo viewer. But the base lore, the base premise is you have applied to go into dream therapy, where they keep you in a dream state for 1 year, uh, and it's supposed to like help you get a better grasp of like things you can and cannot control. Because like as you go through it, they pretend that they are losing control of the simulation, but you're progressing anyway, despite things seeming to be impossible. And like the idea is that like they make it harder and harder for you, but you make it through anyway, and that's supposed to boost your self-confidence about your perception of reality, I guess. And right now I'm taking it a little bit slower because I'm missing some of the fire alarms. Uh, wait. Oh, no, that wasn't for challenge mode. The fire extinguishers turning into flaming things is because you got all of them in the game. Oh, that's cool. Yo, let me back there. Honestly, I was half expecting some blueprints. But this right here, this is the fire alarm collectible. You click it and the little handle goes down. And if the handle is already down, it puts propane instead of dry ice in the extinguishers. Somebody who wants to have a little bit of fun. Or perhaps they took that post on r/English a little too seriously. But yeah, if you've already gotten this, the handle is pulled down. But one thing that I think might be happening in the background, because some of the collectibles that are the fire extinguishers, fire alarms, one thing that I initially thought of is that maybe the facility is burning down while you're asleep. But other than extinguisher and alarm being a thematic collectible, there hasn't been anything else hinting at that. There has also been clocks all over the place. Although their times are sometimes in sync, sometimes out of sync. So I don't know how relevant that is. Block. Oh, you can stand on here. Yeah, like this is some of the documentation. So like I could read all this. Well, maybe not that code. But like this, that's high enough res I could read that if I wanted to. Unfortunately, there's no way of knowing how many of each collectible you have on a per level basis. So like if a certain level had 15 fire extinguishers, there's no way to know your current progress. Like you're able to check if you have all of them or if you don't have all of them. For the blueprints and for the chess pieces, there actually is a spot in the game where you can check your game-wide progress. But again, there's no way to check your progress on a per level basis. Because some levels have more than one piece and more than one blueprint. Some levels only have one of each. See, like that that would be an example of a spot that would be thematic for a chess piece. Like that's the amount of obscurity that most of them have so far. Because like like they could, I guess you can jump to see it. If the shelf was a little bit taller to where you could not jump to see it, that would be a perfect example of where they would be hidden. And you don't always have to get to it because your grab range is actually decently far. Like that's right there. That's how far away something can be and you can still interact with it. So you can grab the pieces from decently far away as long as you can see them. Okay. And now there's normally dialogue going on right now, but I have that disabled. So in order to keep things from not being tedious, I'm going to walk back. Huh? Interesting. Interesting. I wonder... Okay, I'm going to restart the level. Because usually... Usually I have enough time to walk all the way back to the bedroom.
Emergency exit protocol initiated. Please prepare to conclude your Somnasculpt experience in 10, 9, 8. Error. Error logged by.
Orientation protocol.
Stand by for analysis.
Error analysis complete. You are exhibiting signs consistent with an increase in fear, hopelessness, and frustration. This is inconceivable, as Somnasculpt therapy is proven to correlate with a decrease in these emotions. Hypothesis: patient was improperly oriented. Conclusion: impossible. Reformulating.
Oh, maybe because I took so long at the...
Improved hypothesis.
Okay, because that's the same dialogue as normal. Maybe it's because I took so long at the start, and the secondary audio track isn't actually very long. I mean, I'd love to see another, like a sequel, or perhaps, like, someone else make a game that uses these kinds of mechanics. Also, there's no achievement for jumping on the bed, which is, given this game's humor, that is very surprising. Unless it's like jump on the bed a lot. Hmm. You know, I haven't actually ever bothered to look around this room very much. Is there anything I can grab? Because if I can grab something, I can climb. Because I would like to get on top of my room. Because that seems like that back obscured corner. That's like the perfect spot to put like some blueprints or a chess piece. Okay, can't grab any of those. Can I grab a chair? Hmm. Maybe I can get a physics launch off of one of these angles. Oh. Okay, yeah. See, that's skybox right there. That's the kind of things that I'm putting into my bug reports notes. Okay. Level 7. Skybox visible. Huh? Reset a checkpoint? I don't know why it saved again. Unless it, like, saves every time you pass through this. Hmm. It is actually possible to grab a thing as you are walking through it. It's just a little finicky, but it does make for some pretty funny results. Although for that one, you would have one shot because it disappears after you pass through. There you are. Okay, once I hit the next checkpoint, I will go back to the main menu to see if that was the last of the alarms. Because there was quite a few in this hallway. But I think I got them all. And you gotta be careful here. Because the game flips gravity on you. Unfortunately, there is no secret over here. Which is absolutely wild. Given that it's pretty easy to get over here, just a little obscure. But there's absolutely nothing over here. Because it goes out pretty far. But it is just wall. Unless, like, you have to be on a specific level. That's funny. Oh, I can't grab those because of the... I mean, maybe I just can't grab those in specific. But I think it might be the hitbox of this getting in the way. A little too steep. Still a little too steep? Damn. There we go. Hey, let me in. Thank you. Okay, this one was just a... okay, where's the floor? You. Okay, this, honestly, this is probably the least hidden of all of the chess pieces so far. I don't know how I missed that last time. But yeah, that actually doesn't have collision. Okay, please save so I can go check the menu. Thank you. Okay, main menu. Labyrinth. Okay, so there's... okay, so I haven't fully cleared any of the collectibles that I was currently looking for. Okay, it does not look like there's anything on top of the egg. I think that's just lighting. A lighting error. And this is probably one of my favorite like rug pulls in the entire game. Is there's a couple areas in the game where you have to line things up so that in your current perspective it looks like the correct orientation. But for this one, the moment you get it lined up, you actually fall. Which I love that so much. Also, it seems like the restart to checkpoint hotkey does not work in the base game. It only works in like the challenge mode, because it was working in challenge mode, but it was not working in the base game. Okay, so there's a board in there. Okay, looks like that's just a hallway turned on its side. Now, you can actually climb back up to get to that exit door, but that's just an Easter egg. This is the real exit. No, I'm gonna take a panel with me. Oh, really? I mean, understandable, but really? Did it push through? I don't think it pushed through. This puzzle was actually hilarious and annoying, because the first time I got here, I accidentally made it through. And then when I went to replay the level, I couldn't figure it out. Basically, this is telling you the direction you have to go. But, oh, there's no trespassing. So I go this way. It says wrong. But, okay, it actually ended up pointing the correct direction this time. Ding, that's correct. The no trespassing sign appears on the first side that you look down. So you have to see which direction you're supposed to go, flip to the opposite, and then go forward. Now, I also actually didn't give this room a thorough once-over. Oh. Here we go. there anything else I can grab? Looks like it's just this cube. Huh? Stay. Okay, well, that is not what I wanted. Ah, there we go. Nope. Okay, I don't think there was anything on that side, so let's check the other side. It looks like it actually is. Okay, hold it to jump. Okay, there is variable jump height. Good to know. This is like quite precise. Huh? This beam has no collision. Okay, so that would be facing door, farthest up left. Or rather, top left. Wait, none of this side has collision. Okay, the one on the wall has collision. Actually, no, it doesn't. These three don't have collision. You 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 don't. You don't. Okay, so facing the door, the top three don't have collision. That's one thing about this that I like. That's another good thing about this game mechanic style, is it's really easy to tell if you can stand on something. And it's also easy to tell if you can't stand on something. Because this will always be closest to the player. The thing you're holding, because it's based on the player's perspective, it's impossible to place something behind an object. Okay. Top three beams facing door. So you can tell if something doesn't have collision. You can also use it to detect invisible walls. So like if it looks like you should be able to place it further away, but it spawns in closer to you, that means there's an invisible wall and you won't be able to walk there. There's a set of blueprints up there, which I've already gotten. But I'm gonna try and get them again. Yeah, I don't even know how/if you're supposed to get up there. I just got up there. I just got close enough to where I could click it, and it gave it to me. I would like some water soda, please. Oh, you're supposed to use these, I bet. Yeah, because one can plus one box is definitely enough. Yeah, okay. That's how you're supposed to do it. Okay, and then notes. This is level 7, so create a group. Level 7. Okay. Level 7. And then rename it to Seven Blueprint 1. One thing that I thought of that I think would be really cool for a game like this is make it so that all of the textures are SVG vector files. That way, regardless of how big you make the game object, it's always perfectly crisp. Like, you would probably have to have, like, simpler graphics, but I think it would make a big difference in terms of how it looks. Okay. Make that a little bit smaller. Yeah, because you can't look straight down. So it's a little harder to... just because there's a tech you can do to where if you can look straight down, jump, grab, release, and because it's perspective based, it's always going to reach the ground. So you can just do this and make an object bigger and bigger and bigger. But you also got to be careful, because the moment you grab it, if you're not already jumping, you start going down. And that can also happen. I'm not sure what this tech is called, if it even has a name. Okay, it's invisible walls up here. Highly unfortunate. Which means that there's no secrets up there. Okay, so this set of blueprints, which I believe I already have the image for. No, I don't. I do not already have the image for. Although, it's possible that I shouldn't keep using 4K screenshots for all of my notes. Because if you have too many of them in the same Obsidian canvas file, it starts to lag, which is hilarious. Oh, that's a red pawn. That's interesting. Was there a red pawn back here? I can't remember. Although, given that there's nothing else back here, I'm gonna guess there was a red pawn and I already collected it. Oh, hey, still exist. If you're still here, this is actually an example of one of the constellation rooms. The objective is to, like, find the star cluster that lines up to form a something or other. And then it would shift to an actual image that you could click on. Like that right there is a projector, which I actually didn't know what this was until, like, when I first found it. But that's a projector that projects light, and then this holds an image filter. You can actually see one on the title screen. I wonder if it would be possible to get a physics boost over that. Interesting. Why am I not doing the climby uppy? Although, even if you did get a physics boost over that, it does not look like there's anything back there. Oh! Oh, that's big. Oh, that's huge for minimum grabs. I hadn't even considered that. Okay, grab, place. Okay, we'll place it a little bit smaller. Wait, no, these doors don't normally... I thought this was pick it up and then place it down. Interesting. If you push that into that door, or perhaps it's just push it into a wall, maybe it counts as letting it go? Okay, well, it's definitely not making me let go of this. I mean, I guess while I'm here, I can go ahead and get a screenshot for this egg. Actually, hang on a second. You can maybe get the... Oh, no, wait, there's a maximum size. Although... Hello, Gutter Tank. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think there's a maximum object size. So, like, even if I have a full field of view... Oh, no, it's getting caught on that corner. So... Hey. Unfortunately, it does not look like there is anything up here, which is unfortunate. Although I guess that would be fair, understandable, because you don't want, like, if the Easter eggs are intended to just be Easter eggs for the people finding the super hidden stuff, and not for base game stuff, you don't want the Easter egg to be required for beating, for finding the thing. Interesting. It's with that specific object, if you try to pass through, it causes you to, it forces you to drop it. That's very interesting, and also useful for minimum grabs. How small can you make something? There is also a small size limit. Let me find something I can grab. Okay, let me just go ahead and... That's like near the end of the level anyway. Okay, let me go ahead and... Level 1 has some cubes I can mess with. I actually don't know if there is a hard size limit, or more so just an effective size limit because of the skybox. But even if you take something like that, and then you back up really far, so it's super small in your field of view, and then you zoom in again. Actually, let's use that as a... Those are bit more or less the exact same size. Because, like that outline, rodent size cube, I mean, maybe? I don't know. But that outline right there, it gets set to that size outline, regardless of how small I make it in my actual field of view. So that makes me think that there's a size cap on how small something can be. More like spiders. I don't know where you live, but my spiders are not that big usually. Like, Australia? You know what? Fair. It looks like the smallest size is, like, actually accurate for the size of this board. Until you make it massive. I love this game. Okay. Okay, constellation, chess piece, constellation. Bunch of stuff, couple things. And then the last level just has nothing. Let's go here. I want a change of scenery. Okay, so chess piece, blueprints. All right. It just wasn't that fun. This kind of game definitely seems like a person, like, you will find it fun or you won't find it fun. Because there's not really much difficulty, it's just the style of the game. I definitely find this very fun. And what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get the doorway on this to trigger. Because if I walk through that doorway, this brick wall turns into a portal, connecting it. Then I push them into themselves, and it creates an infinite loop. But every copy is personalized. But I'm currently, like, just on the side, routing minimum grabs. And if it's possible to get that doorway to trigger without fully walking through it, you could have it fall on yourself, hit, and then bounce into the door, so you could do all of this with just 2 grabs. Are you carrying a building? Yes, I'm carrying the building that I am currently in. This game is very trippy. You're playing inside of a dream, so the devs can do whatever they want with the laws of physics and geometry. That's actually an interesting thing. I'm curious, like, how you would even power scale the protagonist of this game, because the entire game takes place in a forced dreamscape. So I guess you would only be able to scale them compared to other people who can enter dreams. Because outside of the dream, they would just be a regular human, I anticipate. But inside of the dream, they are nigh omniscient and can change the size of things based on their own perspective. They can dream themselves stronger. Later, once you get to the later parts of the game, it actually starts talking about how you enter a place called white space, where quote-unquote anything is possible. So I think it's implied that as long as you're in the dream, because they're lucid dreaming, I think it's implied that they're, like, nigh omniscient and can do whatever they want. Imagine having epilepsy for this bit. Oh yeah, no, there's absolutely a flashing lights warning at the very start of the game. Oh, I did not think to go backward. Oh. These windows show you the next places that you are headed to. It looks like an Ultra Kill level now. In what regard? In the the simplistic design? I mean, yeah, I can kind of see it. Because some of the areas in Ultra Kill are, like, relatively simple, at least in terms of poly count. It looks like the Violence layer? Which layer is that? I can't recall. Also, I don't think they put a world barrier back here. Oh, yes they did. I was wrong. The one with the Earth Mover? Oh, like the maze and stuff. Yeah, I can definitely see the similarities. More ethereal rather than corporeal. I swear if they put a random chess piece just hidden behind one of these pillars, I'm gonna lose my mind. Luckily, the chess pieces are like red and blue, so they very easily stand out in this color scheme. So if it goes on screen, it's going to be easier to notice. Aren't the chess pieces orange too? I haven't found any orange chess pieces. I've only found red and blue. I swear there were some in level 1 or 2. No, there definitely are some in level 1. It's just they look more red to me rather than orange. And red and blue are complementary colors, so I imagine that it's intended to be red. Oh wait, why am I going to the main menu? I was going to load a different level in order to check the monitor. Actually, I have a screenshot of this. Yeah, I guess that is kind of an orange in that particular lighting. I guess I just assumed they were red because red and blue are like they're perceived as opposites, or like in a set, like they go together. I meant one of the movable chess pieces. Oh, yeah, no, there's probably a movable chess piece that's orange. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay, I already got the blueprint that was up on top of this building. Let's go get an image. This game has a lot of yellow. I can see that. So far, I think there's only been one thing that seems like it was intended to use the soda cans for things. I mean, orange. It's fine. This game messes with your head. Okay, let me add that to my notes. Okay, so this is level 8. I wonder if there's an Easter egg in level 9, because level 9 has no collectibles. Okay, create group. I don't care about spoilers, CBH. Yes, well, I care about spoilers very much so. So I would strongly recommend and request that you don't spoil things. Because I have very little tolerance for two things: stupidity and people explicitly, actively ignoring the rules, and also being rude. Like, people being jerks, I have zero tolerance for. I can't spoil things. You've gotten further than me. That's not true. It's less likely for me to spoil things. I mean, it's less likely for you to be able to spoil things, but it's entirely possible that there is something I missed. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get around that by, like, going super far to the side. Nope. Or at least, rather, you can't get around to the trigger going that direction. Oh. 7-4. Okay. See, that would be... I mean, it wouldn't work there very well, because you could, like... I guess maybe depending... That is pretty tall. Depending on how you angled it, it might be possible to make it so the player can't see a chess piece up there. But requiring that you bring the can with you, that would be amazing. Crap. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a blue one-eyed robot fighting a giant. Oh, okay. Okay, the majority of this was just walking sim, so I'm gonna blitz past it. I want to see if I can get that, I want to see if I can use the can to verify the existence of a invisible wall. Sorry, what are you? Are you a chess piece? You look like a tiny-ass chess piece. Inside of the vending machine. Okay, so next one is green soda. Actually, I'm gonna jump straight to water soda. Because water soda is blue. No. I'm gonna check them all. Because that definitely looked like a tiny chess piece. Like that was being stored inside of the vending machine for some reason. Is water soda basically sparkling water? I actually don't know. Let's find out. Wait, no, wrong one. Because most of the levels have a vending machine right at the start, so I can go and check that. Okay. Ingredients list. Okay, 12 fluid ounces, 355 milliliters. Water soda, don't be a fool, hydrate. I'm not seeing an ingredients list. Maybe it's actually just water. Yeah, there is no ingredients list. Can of water. So smooth and red. 12 fluid ounces. Okay, well, I think some of the things actually. Okay, I only get 2 things. And then there's baking soda. Mini soda is actually pretty funny. Oh, Minnesota. That's probably a joke about the state's name. But it actually comes out super duper tiny. Wait, I'm sorry, what was that? I wonder if the amount of fluid increases with the size can. Well, the amount on the label doesn't change. And also, technically, there is no fluid in the can, because this is a Dreamscape. The North Star drink. The North Star State. Minnesota, yeah. Technically, there is no fluid because we're in a dream state, a dreamscape. But I assume if you were to take this literally, yeah, there is definitely more mass, because if I make this really small, actually, it has a tiny tink. But then if I make it bigger, game. If I make it bigger, it has a much bigger sound. So if we're taking this literally, the composition of whatever the material is changing somewhat. So I imagine it's a 1-to-1 upscale of density. So technically, it would be Southern Cross of Australia. Is that like the southern half of Australia? Because I know Australia is, like, I don't know, like, anything about Australia, but I think it's, like, split into, like, 4 to 5 provinces? That might be the right term? Fuck. I don't like that there's a quit game button in the mid-level pause menu. The Southern Cross is on the flag. Oh, okay. Okay, so, well, the current theoretical minimum grabs for this is a 3. Because it would take 1 grab to pick this up, another one to place it down in, like, in a hopefully size acceptable manner. I love when Americans think they're the only red, white, and blue country. I care not for politics or like uh country supremacy. But yeah, if I can get that big enough with a single grab so I can walk through it, then I could activate it and then re-grab it and push it through. In terms of minimum grabs. Because you want this pretty big in your initial field of view. Because that, just using the corner to corner of the room doesn't make it anywhere near big enough. They forget that half of Europe is red, white, and blue. I wonder if that's because they all came from the crown. One idea that I had is get it set up here and then run forward and it will fall on top of you and push you through. Oh, oh, oh. Come on. Give it. Give it to me. I think I might be stuck. Just push me through. Push me through and I'll be fine. Okay, so that's probably doable. I need to actually get it so it's on the wall. Not... Okay, what are you colliding with? Are you colliding with the... what if protagonists grab themselves? I feel like it would create a black hole. If the protagonist grabbed themselves, it would probably do something similar to this. Although, actually, if the protagonist grabbed themselves, I don't think it would do anything. Because the size change is relative to the protagonist's field of view, and the protagonist is never within their own field of view. And also, the protagonist doesn't appear in mirrors. But then again, the person you're playing as, you're not playing as them, you're playing as their dream self, so they don't actually have a real body. If this was multiplayer... this game actually does have multiplayer, and the way the avatars work is you just... you play as a little chess piece with unlockable outfits for customization. But also, even if you put something in someone's mouth, if they closed their mouth, the object is no longer in your field of view. So then you would no longer have influence over it. But even if you put something in someone's mouth, that means from your perspective, it's small enough to fit in their mouth. So if you were to let go, it would just fall down inside their mouth. So you couldn't actually expand it to explode them. Come on. Give it to me. Because, like, it's impossible to place something behind or inside of anything. Because if it's no longer in your field of view, it is no longer in your perspective. Shakes it really violently in their mouth. That's actually the interesting thing. Until you let go, things effectively don't exist. Because it's just constantly snapping in front of everything. Oh. This is going to be really finicky if I can get it to work. I'm gonna drink some water. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna drink some water soda. Or was it blue soda? Was it blue soda? Or was it water soda? It was water soda. You beat me to it. You gotta be quicker than that. For this level in the challenge mode, you can actually use this object to jump over the trigger to start the... It's not a timer, but it's like the thing that starts tracking it. So you can actually jump over it, and then actually start the puzzle before it starts tracking how many times you grab stuff. So you can actually finish that puzzle with 0 grabs, even though it actually takes 3. I'm sending you to Minnesota? No! No Minnesota. Too slow. Automated system. I have a reminder set up that automatically tells me to drink water. Maybe... Okay, so that is collisionable. I just had the building too big. This feels like it's so close to being possible. But actually, hang on a second. Maybe I can get a little bit of the ceiling in. Ooh, that's still a little too short, I think. Because you want to be right up next to it when you initially grab it, so that it has the largest starting size. And then you want it to be as far away as possible. Look at the wall. Yeah, they're avocados. There's a few other places in the game that has avocado wallpaper. Honestly, it's not a bad design, and it's really funny. Like once you notice. Like I wouldn't choose that out for myself, but if I bought a house and that was already there, I would find it hilarious. But yeah, you want it to be as big as possible in your field of view initially, and then you want it to push it as far away as possible so that once it solidifies, it's bigger. Come on. Give it. Give it to me. Let me in. I would keep it. Oh no, I would absolutely keep it. One, because it's hilarious, and two, because it works. I am very much a function over fashion kind of guy. So as long as the wallpaper isn't actively falling down, I would keep most things if they were already installed. Interesting. Ooh, what if I did something like release it here and then have it launch me up? Maybe that. I would like it instead with pineapples and inverted colors. Oh, like, by inverted colors, do you mean like the pineapple is just an outline? Or do you mean like yellowish orange hair and a green bulb? Darn it. I'm starting to think that you might actually have to, the yellow and green swap places? Okay. I'm starting to think that you might actually have to fully pass through it in order for it to count. As opposed to just touching the trigger. Oh? That's pretty big. Come on. I think that would be an acceptable size if it didn't fall onto its side. Okay, so it was rotated. You want it to be on the ceiling. Like basically just lined up with all three corners. Unfortunately, that desk is just, like, in the way. Is exclamation mark spoiler a command? Yes. That explains my current guidelines around what counts as a spoiler. Okay, so, ooh. Here's an idea. I have it to... when I drop it, I have the door facing the wall, so it lands on the desk and falls onto its back. Then I jump... That would allow me to jump into the door. Come on. Oh, wait, maybe. No. Okay, a little too short. Drop it on the bed. I can't drop it on the bed. One, because that lamp is in the way. And two, because then it would be a lot smaller, and I might not be able to fit. Oh, maybe. Dropping it on the bed might work, because the doors, you're a lot... The width of your hitbox is a lot smaller than the height of your hitbox. So if you're dropping through the door, there is a lot more lenience than if you're walking through the door. So if we can get it to fall onto its back, there might be a lot more valid locations to place it down. I'm just trying to get it into this far corner so that it has the, like, maximum distance from my perspective. Stay. Okay. Because if the further away it is, the bigger it is. Really? Game? Oh, come on. I don't think that counted. Nope, it's still break. Yeah, I think if we can get it, like, around that size... Is it calling you fat? Maybe. But if we can get it around that size, but facing straight up... I think that'll work. Okay, see, now that might have worked if I had oriented it properly. Also, this is absolutely, like, not what you're supposed to be doing at all. What you're supposed to do is just grab it twice, make it the size of the room, and then walk through. But challenge runs don't typically care about the intended solutions. Come on. Are purposely making it hard? I'm not necessarily purposely making it hard. I'm not necessarily purposefully making it hard. I am implementing or researching for a challenge because I find it to be interesting. However, when you start restricting the gameplay mechanic that the game is designed around, by definition, most of the time it becomes harder, because you're not allowed to do the thing the developer is intending for you to do. So, I'm intentionally making it interesting and fun, but most of the time it becoming hard is a byproduct. Are you looking for challenges to make a video? I think it would be cool to make a video about this, but every time I try to make a video, like, I just, at some point in the process, my brain just kind of stops. Like, I just can't get myself to move forward. So, like, I can definitely do the research consistently, but in terms of turning it into an actual product, that is something that is a little less within my wheelhouse. If I were to do something like that, I would probably end up... Yo, please? I would probably want to get somebody else to help as a team. Oh, come on. Maybe you just can't go through... I'm gonna make this bigger. I want to see if the issue is you can't go through it when it's on its back. But if I wanted to actually make it into a video, I love looking at the avocados. Yeah. The avocados are cool. But if I were to actually make a video about something, I'm starting to think that just due to how my brain works, I would probably have to get somebody else to help with the actual scripting and stuff. Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely wide enough. Wait a second. Okay, no. That's definitely wide enough. I think the issue is you can't go through the door unless it's, like, standing properly. Because that definitely should have been wide enough. I can make copyright-free music for you. That is a generous offer, and probably one that I should look into for, like, someone. Because, like, I know next to nothing about music. Yeah, because that's definitely tall enough. And even walking normally, I'm not able to go through. So, like, similar height. As soon as it's perfectly flat, I can go through. But if I did use music, most of the time I would probably just use music from the game. Or from, like, other games. Okay, so yeah, it looks like in order for the door to be functional, you have to actually have it be perfectly flat. Now, I haven't verified that. I don't have that confirmed just yet, but that is looking like it might be the case. Yeah. Oh, well, I was gonna say maybe I can, like, launch myself up and then place it down somewhere. Excuse me. Thank you. That's what I was talking. I see that sign. Which sign? Oh, this sign? Somnosculpt? Well, I mean, that's the name of the company that we are currently working with, like, in the game. So they're putting advertisements into your dreams. One other thing that I could potentially maybe see being a possibility is getting it to drop on you and just push you through the portal. But it's starting to feel like it has to be, like, perfectly stationary for it to work. Well, perfectly stationary and vertical. Which is very unfortunate. Because this seemed like it was going to be a pretty good idea. I mean, this was the other idea that I had. But it just... The car park on the model building doesn't have lines. Oh, yeah, no, that's just solid asphalt. That can maybe work, because that was my other idea. Just, like, back up as far as I can. But yeah, no, that's gonna be an absolute shit show. Yeah, but this was the other idea I had. Just back up as far as I can. But even then, like, it's like just barely too small. Actually, let's go ahead and test, like, if this was a little bit bigger at a slight diagonal. No. Oh? Okay. That did allow me through at a slight diagonal. Okay, so it doesn't have to be perfectly flat. Actually, at this size, if we got it a little more diagonal, because I'm getting gated by the floor and the ceiling here. If we could get it, even at that size, if we could get it a little more diagonal, that might work. Ultra Kill inspired song. Oh, is it Blood? Blood, glorious blood. Yo, that would actually make a pretty good parody. An Ultra Kill parody of the Ice Age song. Actually. What? In the first Ice Age, there's a song where some vultures are singing about food. Food, food, glorious food. I can't tell if this is perfectly cubical. I don't remember that. It might have... I think it was in Ice Age 1. I could be misremembering. Oh, come on. Let it just be tall enough. Let it just work. Honestly, like, not necessarily in the endless robot war kind of way, but I do anticipate the end of humanity being automated, like, after humanity dies. I imagine it's going to happen at a point to where we have enough automated systems running that the robots will just keep managing themselves until the stars die and they run out of fuel. Okay, let's get this to work. It is so close to working. Until the sun blows up? Nah, I imagine we're going to have the tech to leave the sun before it blows up. So the robots will have basically the entire universe worth of fuel. to work with. And by the universe, I mean our local supercluster, because all of the other galaxies are too far away to get to. Okay, I think if that size does work, it's gonna have to be at an angle. Almost. I was trying to angle it into the corner, because the corner is further away than the wall, and due to the perspective mechanic, it's the same size in your field of view, but if it's further away with the same size, that means it actually is bigger. But I also can't have it be in front of the desk. It has to be above the desk. Because if it's in front of the desk, then it's smaller. Paradox behavior 101. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Okay, that was still in front of the desk, I think. You have made videos, most of them are speed. No. I don't think I've made any speedrun videos. You're probably thinking of someone else. I am very much not a speedrunner. It looks like you have? In what regard does it look like I have? Like, are you actually looking at my channel? And, like, which videos I have uploaded? Oh, come on. Please work. Oh? Oh? Come on. Let me through. I'm right there. I'm right there. You have Hollow Knight speedruns posted under your name? No, no, I don't. I have like randomizer logic stuff. I have low gear stuff. The only thing even close to speedrunning stuff that I've done is I've done like a couple tool assisted speedrun stuff. But like I wouldn't consider that an actual speedrun stuff because that's not RTA. But you know, none of my Hollow Knight like, if you're talking about the boss fights, none of those are speedruns. I mean, technically it's a speedrun because it has a final time, but none of those are intended to be speedruns. Those are just me making the bosses harder for a challenge. Yo, I got it. Okay. Any percent abs red? Well, I haven't beaten abs red, let alone done an any percent, so you're looking at the wrong channel. I've beaten normal radiance, I have not beaten absolute radiance. But okay, that is possible in, okay, one grab to pick up, one grab to place, another... What is abs red? I'm not going to tell you. That would be major spoilers. But okay, so that's 3 grabs for the first part of the level. Verified, that is possible. Okay, that would be 728. I'm going to take a timestamp note of that. Okay, level 8, start in 3 grabs, 0, 7, 28, 0, 0. Okay, I knew that was going to be quite finicky. Okay, and then this, I believe, is just grab, and then I walk through. Unfortunately, because the door doesn't let you go through, you still have to use a grab to release the item. Okay, so far, 5 grabs for level 8. Now, one interesting thing is in the challenge mode of the game, it actually, like for certain puzzles, it actually gives you a limit on how many times you're allowed to grab. But interestingly, the challenge mode only counts actually picking up the object as a grab. It doesn't count dropping the item as a grab. Which, for me, if I did a full video, I would just base it on this player input. Regardless of what button you bind it to, I would just consider it minimum times you press this button. So, to grab something and to place it back down, that would be 1 and then 2. Imagine you have to file all those papers. Fortunately, we have a very good automated system for that. It's called the subconscious. It does all that work for us. You don't even have to think about it. And then, unfortunately, you have to grab that because this door is just out of reach. I was talking about the papers in the last room. I know. We're in a dreamscape. This is the person's mind. Those papers aren't real. Yeah, it looks like outside of maybe some glitchy jankness, that's not happening. So unfortunately, you have to use another 2 grabs here. So that would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My brain is currently decaying. No, it's understandable. This game is not normal. Okay, so 7 grabs so far for level 8. Not bad, not bad. And then you have to use an 8th to interact with this switch. Oh, yeah, the giant traffic cone. Yes. It will guide us to victory. That puzzle there, in this room, it took me way too long to figure out. Because if you go through here, it's just an endless loop. It just pulls you back through and around and around and around and around. And then these, I thought these were solid walls because I would walk up into it, it would go all white, and then I would walk straight back. So I didn't realize that you could go around it. It took me longer than I would care to admit to realize you can just walk outside of that area. Okay, so 8 grabs. Now, outside of the first area, this I feel is the most interesting part of the level. The way you're supposed to beat this level normally, it's like how birds fly into windows. Honestly, yes, that is a very good comparison, because the entire point of this game is looking at things from a different perspective. So if you just assume that something is the way it is, you're probably not going to work your way through it. So I was running into the metaphorical window. But the way that this puzzle works is that checkerboard there doesn't exist until you place this chess piece on it. And the intended solution is to just take the pieces and build a path. How many grabs do you think it takes? Like, if you had to figure out a way to minimize the number of grabs here, how many do you think it would take to get across this? Because there is a more optimal way to do it than going one at a time. And if you're thinking just walk around it, no, unfortunately that is not viable. This realm is where they take the photos for Ultra Kill music art. Neat. Do you have a guess of like what you think would be the optimal way to minimize grabs to get across? Because that's the intended method, and then there's a secondary, more optimal method that is already well known. I don't know? Okay. Well, that's... Doing it one at a time like this is the, that's the intended method. The more optimal method is you actually take this, push it out further so it's bigger, and have it be on the edge so it connects 2. This allows you to get across in 6 grabs, or rather, 3 grab releases. But there's an even more optimal method, which I found out by messing around. Each of these tiles is technically a different chute downward. And if you line yourself up right on the edge, for whatever reason, the physics just goes confused. So you can do this in 0 grabs by just bouncing along the seam. It's really finicky, though. Oh, you know what would be really mean? Is if the constellation room was down one of these chutes. Forced lobotomy on the ceiling. Yeah, more or less. But yeah, it's very precise. Fortunately, if you intentionally drop down, it doesn't reset your vertical angle, but it does make you look in the correct direction. So you can actually just line your cursor up. And that makes it much more manageable. Actually, reset to checkpoint. Unfortunately, the checkpoint's out here. And like, if you're not right in the middle, it'll just shunt you to the side with no chance of salvation. If the black is in the middle, go further right. If the white is in the middle, go further left. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Although, I'm more so just trying to keep the cursor right in the middle. Fortunately, you can, at the very start, you can jump out to get a little extra distance on the start. I don't know for certain, but I think it might be possible to influence your bounce height if you jump, like, right as you land. But you also don't want to have a high jump. You want, like, a medium-sized jump. Because if you have a high jump, then you start falling from further up, so by the time you get back to the middle, you're falling faster. So then you might just hit the edge, clip down, and just plummet. I've only managed to get across this once, which is how I know it's even possible. Oh, actually, this... Oh, yeah, no, that's the play. Looking straight down is absolutely the play. Because then you have... One, your cursor is a lot closer to the target, so you have a lot higher precision. People who spoiler this to you... No. People who spoil things just get timed out and then banned. I don't send them to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, sometimes it seems like even if you're lined up pretty good, it just drops. Oh, I think it might be... Let's let's see what happens if I'm not holding forward. If someone spoils something you already knew, it should be a timeout. And if it's something you didn't, it should be one. I generally... If I already know the thing, I give them a little warning. But I'm not going to punish somebody for saying something that I already know. Because it's possible that they have been watching the streams, so they knew that I knew. However, if someone, like, is a first-time chatter and they come in and say something like that, then I'm going to give, like, a little reprimand because they didn't know. It is possible that they were lurking. But, yeah. I personally, I feel that it should just be the baseline standard to never spoil anything for anyone ever, unless they explicitly ask for it. But I'm in the minority on that, from what I've found. So, like, I try to be understanding of the pre-existing culture. So I'm not going to just instantly ban everyone for spoiling anything. There are also trolls who don't care about the rules. Oh yeah, no, if you are obviously being a dick, I'm going to ban you. I do not care. But, like, if you at least are, like being nice and apologetic, then I'm gonna give you a little more leniency. Okay, I think if I get the bounce right before one of the intersections, I go downwards slightly, hit the edge, which kills all of my forward momentum, and then I just drop. I think that's what's happening. But also sometimes if I'm just in the middle, it'll still just shoot me to the side. So I think instead of, like, just holding forward the entire time, sometimes you might want to stop and then just bounce back upward. It also looks like it might not be putting your vision directly back into a center, like a straight line. What if I haunted you in Twitch chat too? Well, I mean, you can follow there if you want. I mean, I'm going to interact with YouTube chat, but I primarily am multi-streaming to YouTube for the VOD storage. Twitch is the primary streaming platform. Oh, here we go, here we go. And we got it again. So yeah, definitely possible to get across that in 0 grabs. Oh. I did not think I was that close to the edge. I'm not doing it again. And then this level is probably... The intended solution, first off, is you grab this, place it over there, grab this, place it over here, and then you, like, make it bigger using, like, 1 or 2 grabs, and then you climb up and jump out. So that's probably, like, 1 grab, 2. Now, if I get... Okay, so that's 1, 2 for the block, 1, 2 for the cheese. 3, 4 for the... Okay, no. Was built to counter earth movers? Like, earth movers specifically? That's cool. So it looks like using the intended method, it's 6 grabs for this level. I mean, not level, 6 grabs for this puzzle. Except that is not getting placed where I wanted it to. Because unfortunately, it's not possible to have the block earth movers and everything inferior to earth movers. Oh, okay, so everything. Yeah, it's not possible to have the block be considered on both sides. So you couldn't place the block right in the middle and be able to cross back and forth. Wait a second. Wait, no, you totally can. Interesting. V2 was built to counter V1. Wait, I thought V2 was just the next model of V1. Not like they were built to counter them specifically. Okay, let's rotate this. Yeah, I don't know why it's not pressing it all the way against the wall. Okay, but the intended method is irrelevant. What you actually do is you do a physics launch, which is very finicky. And I don't know how to make it happen intentionally. Because you also have to be, like, right next to the door. So when you do get launched, it will send you upward and you can actually catch the ledge. Oh, that's what you do. So you got to do something like that, which would cost 2 grabs. So the 3 at the start, 4, 5, 6, 7. The light switch makes 8. You get across the chessboard using 0, 1, 2, so that makes 10. You know, I forgot that I'm supposed to be looking for collectibles. My eyes, yeah. This room is a bit much. Okay. So I'm currently at 10. Huh? The fuck's that door for? Okay, well, let's go. Oh, no, wait, no, that's just the exit sign. This is what the inside of a kaleidoscope looks like. Yep. This is the 11th grab, But you don't actually have to spend a grab to replace this block, because the exit down there is just a loading zone trigger. So you just fall until you hit it without releasing the block, and it automatically releases it for you. And then this makes 12. Wait. No, that's 11. That's the end of episode 8. So episode 8 is 11. This is the start of episode 9. 1. Here we go. We did it. We did it, everyone. Episode 9. A single grab. But were swords machines built to counter? I don't know. Gun machines? Yeah, and then episode 9 is just... It's just a massive cutscene. There's supposed to be dialogue playing right now, but I have that disabled at the moment. Once I'm planning maybe centuries, maybe. I'm planning on getting some more storage for my computer. Like a couple more storage drives. Gun machines don't exist. I was more so meaning any machine with a gun. But once I get another storage stick, I'm gonna start recording the gameplay of my streams. So then if I do decide to make videos, I will not have to play the game again to get the footage separately. Because right now, I just do not have the space to be recording 11.5 hour long streams and just storing them all locally. I wonder if level 9 has an Easter egg, because this is just a recap of everything that you've already done. And by Easter egg, I mean the actual Easter egg interactive object. Do the drones have a, Do the drones have guns? I thought they just kind of just spat the bullets at you. I didn't get a chance to turn around. There might be something in that last room. And then credits. Okay, do I... Krita? Drone isn't invited to the machines with legs party. No. Okay. This level select right here is amazing. I love it so much. hang on, I need to remove something from OBS. Remove. Yes. Create a. Because it's incredibly simple and clean. So I removed all the extra spaces, and if I did a video on this game, I would use this level select to like be the level preview. So I could like have underneath of it all the collectibles and stuff, and then like as we go through the video, going through the game, I could bring this screen back up and then update it with information regarding the episode, the video. Sorry, the level in the video game. You know, if I spoke slower so that my brain had time to keep up with my mouth, that would be wonderful. Fuck. Okay, so I'm going to just make a miscellaneous paint layer. Okay, so episode 8 is... That was 11. Actually. Okay, so it was 3 for the first thing, then 2 to grab place, then 2 more to grab place, then 1 for the switch, 1 for the grab the block, okay, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have the most perfect friend group, an animator, a singer, and me, a producer. That sounds amazing. Okay, so episode 8 was... You have the paradox room, so that was 3. Then you had the grab and place the window block. Oh, no, wait. Grab and place the black block. Then grab and place the window block. Then +1 for the light switch. Then +1 for the physics launch. Then +1 for the grabbing the final block. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. Have a good day. I'm going to run through this real quick because I think I'm forgetting something. Yeah, that definitely looks like a tiny-ass chess piece. Okay, so 3 for there. That definitely feels like an Ultra Kill reference. Okay, so that's 1, 2 for the black cube. I should have grabbed the can. Oh, I actually landed up on there. Oh. Actually, we set a checkpoint. Let's see if there's anything up there, because that's where that would be a great spot to put stuff. I know I need to stop saying that's where I would put it, because there's a lot of different places that I think would be good for hiding a thing. Okay. So a little to the left. Actually, let's just hug the wall. Actually, okay, reset checkpoint. Do not change the camera orientation. Just walk to the left to line up with the door. Okay, so I need to actually move a little more left. Like, after I start falling, I hit the black, start moving left a little bit more. Or actually, let's see what happens if I hold left. Okay, if you hold left, you just land on it. Oh. Okay, this is a tall hitbox. And there is nothing on it. Why is there nothing on here? That's very odd. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Then the 1, 2 for grabbing the black cube. Here we go. I thought I checked behind all of these. It seems I was wrong. Okay, so Krita. Okay, so start. So paradox 3. Black box 2. Window box 2. Switch 1. Letter cube 1. Final box 1. Total 10 currently? Although I thought it was 11. Oh, if you could somehow get through the door slightly to hit that, you wouldn't need to grab that at all. Because you could just trigger that and then reload. Oh. Yeah, this would have been a great spot to put one. But nope. Although there might actually be something up there at the very top of that. Because they give you a spinning top object to play with. Which you can use for a physics launch. The only issue is I don't know if the top of that is higher than the world limit. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Because here, it hits the side immediately. Up there, it falls a little bit before hitting the side. So you cannot get to the top of that. So I don't know why they give you this top. Okay, so the window box into the switch. And because you have to hit the switch physically, huh? Oh. Okay. Because you have to hit the switch physically, I doubt you can carry something with you. Hey. Huh? Oh, that's very trippy. That's out of bounds. Did I just skip something? Did that just skip something? Because that drops me down into here. Oh no, it doesn't skip anything. Because that normally drops you down through here. It's just... you're intended to fall down. So they didn't bother putting the wall all the way through here. Yeah, so you're just actually out of bounds. Unfortunate. Okay, so then 0... I'm going to actually include the chess. Because it's an important thing. I wonder if doing a reset checkpoint there... Oh, no, the letter cube, because it's a grab and a release, that's 2. That's where the 11 came from. Oh. Okay, well, I was just about to say, except I don't actually know if it's possible to get that from the initial grab. But I think that just verified it. Huh? Oh, I just launched the cube away. Okay, but I need to verify that it is possible to do this with just the initial. I don't actually know if you need to do the jump. It might just be... It might just be like getting crushed in a certain way. Oh, you know what? I'll take it. I didn't get in, but I hit the checkpoint trigger. Which is good enough. Oh, I bet one of these is a tunnel. I'm not going to do a thorough sweep. I'm just going to do a glance around. Because most of the time, you're not thinking about them being tunnels. But yeah, this would be the perfect place to hide the constellation. Or perhaps even just a rook. I mean, chess piece. I mean, a rook is a chess piece, but I don't know that it's going to be a rook. Okay, then... Do you actually have to grab this? Can you maybe just get clipped inside? Yeah, it seems like you might have to grab it. Okay. Final box. Actually, yo, they totally could have... They totally could have put a... like, a hidden item in here. Fuck, wrong button again. Okay, save. Actually, font size 16. Font size fucking 28. 72? Is 72 good? I'm currently... Oh, I closed the game. Right. Right now, I'm looking at my images. Okay, let's make this a lot. Font size 48. Can I give this an outline? Vector layer stroke. Properties. Google, save me from myself. Carita vector stroke. Text stroke. Right click layer styles. Layer styles. Stroke. Okay, opacity 0. Size 20. Outside. Divide. Subtract. Uh, 4 pixels? 10 pixels. There we go. Okay, let's make this size 36 font. Okay, that's good. Okay, so, and then Control C, Control V. Huh? Duplicate. Thank you. guess I can show you what I'm doing. So you're not just staring at nothing. I'm currently 1, 0. Save, close. I'm currently editing my images, my data, for minimum grabs. So for level 8, it is currently at 11, and for level 9, it is currently at 1. I do not anticipate level 9 ever going lower than 1. Okay. Now, unfortunately... Yo, Steam, fuck off with the Steam community. I do not care. I think all the constellation things are things on the title screen. Because I don't know if that table was there before. I don't know if that was there before. Like, it could be populating the title screen. Yes, new multiplayer. Fuck off with the new. Okay. I think most of my strats are the ones used in the intended solutions for the challenge mode. So actually, just so I get a reminder, let's... Fuck. Okay. Why is that button there? Why do we even have that button? I'm just going to go through the challenge mode again. 994441122. Okay, fully done. Because the challenge mode aims to minimize grabs already. So I'm basically just doing an extended version of that. And you can go through here. Okay, so... Okay, it stops tracking because I've already gotten it. Okay. Okay, you can easily get around. No, I can't do challenge mode. Fuck! Why is that button there? Who wants to just save and quit the game? Like, the entire game. From within a level. No, I want to quit to the menu. Let's just... I cannot do challenge mode because the levels are actually slightly different in some cases. Let me through. Thank you. So I have to do the actual levels. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to get through that door without maybe like some physics launch shenanigans. Come on. You know you want to. Give it to me. Yeah. Like, if you could clip inside this block, you could absolutely cause some major carnage. Did I push that pawn? Maybe. Yeah, if you can clip inside this block, you could totally... get through there. Because as it currently stands, this block is fully preventing you from getting through. Options, controls. I'm going to set this to mouse button 3, just so that if I'm clicking in the menu, it doesn't accidentally trigger. Actually, if I could get a physical launch right here and it would fling me through the ceiling, that would be amazing. Okay, but so at the current moment, the current strategy is grab, walk through. The game saves right here. You can't carry it through, but instead of dropping, you reload checkpoint. So that's 1. Duplicate. Okay, so cube room is 1. You cannot... Yeah, this is looking like... Unless you can get a physics launch somewhere. This is looking like a 1, 2. Actually, if you could somehow... If you could somehow get it to where you are on this side and the cube gets flung and just happens to land over here, that could save that could save 2 grabs. Although I have no idea how that would even work. Oh. Damn. Interesting. Oh, okay, so if you immediately leave the button... I think the state of the door updates instantly. It's just the animation. 1, 2. 1, 2. Actually, hang on a second. Oh, that was the wrong button. Excuse me? Can we have that happen again, please? Actually, can we have Twitch clip that, please? I need to see exactly what I just did. Okay, so I was actually moving this direction. I was looking away from the cubes. Let's see if it was dependent on that block not being there. Okay, so I just jumped up on the cube, turned around, and walked off. Oh, but I walked off of the cube. Oh? Okay, I got it to move. Can I do anything else? Did that move the top cube any? It does not look like it. If I could get it to just throw away the top cube, that would be perfect. Because I kind of need the first cube to still be here. Although, I need the first cube to be here. Actually, no. I need anything to be here to, allow me to get up to the door. Because the loading zone trigger for the door is just too far into the hallway for me to feasibly hit. Okay, well that's the opposite of what I wanted. This is probably doable if you get it to freak out in just the right way. Maybe I can use something else to throw over? No. Because all this is in pretty stable configurations, I think. Except for you, maybe. If I can get shenanigans here. Hmm. Oh. Okay, well that just pushed it further into the wall. But clip it again. Okay, what did I do? Okay, so I was just walked into this and just jumped. Oh, did that move you? Oh, I think you moved. Maybe? Slightly? Well, something collided. Oh no, don't roll away. I need you to fly up and knock that top block off. What if I do graphics settings high? Custom? High. Maybe the idea is to like clip in using lag. So the higher my settings, the more likely it is to lag. And if it's lagging, maybe it'll get launched further. Hmm. Oh, come on. Either like maybe push the bottom block a little to carry the top block away, or maybe just fly up and hit the top block. You know what? I'm gonna gonna go ahead and enable this. Interesting. Oh wow, that mouse input is very sensitive. It barely registers my mouse. Oh. Come on. Come on, you're moving. Go up. Like, and you don't even have to push it all the way. You only have to push it a little bit, as long as that little bit is away from the door. So if you can get it to just flip up and away. Basically, just do what you did that first time, where you basically did like a backflip or something. And just smack everything. Okay, well, you did a backflip, but you didn't smack anything. Oh, right. I can't spam print screen because that pulls up the snip screen menu. I think the idea is you clip in, and then because you're spamming jump, it goes up. So I think it needs to like go in and then up to hit that away. But there's also a wall behind it. Basically, as long as it doesn't get angled inward, is the idea. Okay, well, I'm gonna go map the rest of the level. So, as it currently stands, this is 1. You revert to checkpoint in order to clear that. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I guess that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a little ways into the room. Okay, so cube room through the door is 4. Yeah, this one is very clearly just a 1, 2. Window 5, 6, 7. Okay, so cubes 1, door 4, window 2. And here's where we get wild. Because this requires a physics launch to get it in only 2. Door? Interesting. I think this door might be missing a texture. Now, one interesting possibility that I would hate to be true is if you could just fuck around with this cheese a lot and get a physics launch without grabbing it at all. Or maybe using the lamp? Because if you can get up onto the side walls, you can actually just walk around and then jump to the end. Turn on high... No, I don't know what that is. Oh. Oh, tiny portion of the lamp. Lamp, please throw me into the ceiling. YouTube, are you okay? YouTube/StreamBot? Because it looks like it just sent a trigger for all of my previous streams. This finished, which is very odd. I guess maybe that was an internal verification thing? I don't know. If I can get a physics fling up to the edge, that is all I need. Unfortunately, if I do end up getting the physics fling, it's basically just hold forward. It's not you know what? Let's go ahead and verify that it's not possible to fail. I would hate to get the fling and then fuck it up. Okay, so like I say, yeah, as long as I'm holding forward, if I get up above this, I can then just walk to the edge and then jump in. Oh. Hmm. Oh, okay. So on controller, you can actually do much slower movement. Actually, hang on a sec. Research a checkpoint. Okay. Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 12 and a half, like 2.5 seconds. Roughly 2.5 seconds. I'm comparing controller to keyboard. Okay, well, it's harder to hold directly up on a controller. Oh, that's not... Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that's actually similar max speed. Come on, give it to me. Huh? Okay, I thought first. Did I just delete your collision? I, oh my goodness. I think I flung the lamp's collision hitbox somewhere else. Yeah. Because normally that... Okay. So I did get a physics fling on the invisible collision. Not the model itself, just the collision. Unfortunately, the fling didn't happen on me. Come on. Oh no, I didn't fling it, I just moved it. Oh, no, I did move it. I guess I just didn't move it far enough to update. That's interesting. You are not to be able to move. You are not supposed to be able to move that object. Unfortunately, whenever I jump while getting pushed, it's not boosting my jump. Oh, I'm slowly pushing it. There we go. A game. I would appreciate it if you would just throw me onto the ledge. I don't even need it to be consistent. I just need to know that it's possible. This box of cheese also has some funky properties. But it pushes you back and forth, and it's too close to the edge. Okay. I'm just gonna try and get the cheese fling. Just so I can mark it down as a number whatsoever. And because I know the cheese filling is almost certainly possible. Oh, there we go. Alright. See, this is one of the main reasons why I can't use the challenge maps, the challenge map campaign, because in the challenge map, this cube is moved slightly, or maybe it's slightly smaller, so you can actually reach the boards easily. Come on, press the button. I know this is possible because I've gotten it to hit the button. I just did not have time to get through. There we go. Okay, so big cube, 1. Or rather, wall button. This one, no wait, no, it's not 1, it's 2, because you have to use 1 to pick it up, and then you have to use 1 to set it back down. This one I know is possible in 2, because that's what you have to do in the challenge map itself. Okay, so this is the furthest point away. Although I'm not for sure. Okay, this back corner is definitely the furthest point. Wait a second. Is the hole bigger in the challenge map? I'm gonna scrub through the stream. I'm gonna find out if the hole is bigger in the challenge map version. Oh, wait a minute. The cube is smaller in the challenge map version. The cube's initial size is smaller in the challenge map. The hole is the same, but the cube's initial size is smaller. Okay, well, even if it's initially smaller, I want to look at how it gets placed in. Okay, so... Okay, so it's rotated like this. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one is a... This one's a very definitive 2. Unless... Can I? No, I can't throw myself over that wall. Okay, so over the wall is a very definitive 2. There's nothing through here. This is also a definitive 2. Because even if you got a physics fling or whatever off of the sign as it's standing, that door is still closed. So you would have to go fully out of bounds to go around. Oh. Okay, there we go. Exit sign 2. So 18 total. And then wall cheese. This one might actually be 0. Because all of these are physics objects. So if you can get one of them to freak out. Oh, it's pushing you back. So if I can get any of these to just let me through, I'm clear. Hmm. It's wiggling a bit. I think I need to hit it hard enough for a physics collision to happen. Because the way that these walls work is even if I, like, make it pretty big and then lean the cheese on the wall, it doesn't really do anything. But if it, like, is pretty big and then it falls into it with more force, then it works. Oh, okay, well, you are definitely not getting pushed back. Which one was it? One of these I already had knocked over. Oh, did I seriously get lucky and it hit the one that just happened to have something behind it? Because I'm pretty sure this one was already leaning over. Unless it happened to fall over due to passive physics by the time I got to the room. Let's look at that. Okay, I'm just buffering through the video. Okay, over the wall. No, it looks like it was actually standing up to start. Oh, no, wait, that's the wrong room. Okay, no, it was definitely standing up to start. And then it fell down at some point? Okay, yeah, it was standing up when I entered the room. Okay, it was standing up when I entered the room. This one. I jumped over here, and then it falls over. The fuck? Interesting. It's not happening now. So where the music at? Does level 1 not have music? I wonder if you just like hit them enough, if gradually they get messed up, and then eventually there's a hole small enough for you to fit through. Oh! Is it pressing the button? Oh, okay. Pressing the button causes that to fall. Okay, that's just a hint as to what you're supposed to do. That's not a physics interaction. Okay. Well, in that case... I will just leave this at as a 2 for now. Okay, so... exit sign, and then... walls. 2. Okay, so level 1 is now sitting at 20 uses of the grab/interact. For just beating it. Now on to level 2. Okay, duplicate layer. Alright. Oh, the bop bop. That was me clicking back into the game. Okay, I'm gonna set this back to low so I don't have the stuttering. Okay, this... if I can get you to move, like, the only reason I grab you is to immediately set you back down. Actually, I mean, I would prefer to have it be 0, but if there's a checkpoint up ahead, I can potentially make this into a 1. Okay. Door 1. Okay, I think you have to... This isn't... Oh? This isn't min jumps. Yo. Okay, so I'm gonna add that in there. Exit signs 0. Jump on lamp. Nice. I don't think you would be able to do that in challenge mode because challenge mode is also minimum jumps. Oh. Okay. Why the heck can't I land on this painting? Oh, that's almost possible. There we go. Okay, cube creation 0, jump on painting. Nice. Nice. Parkour, parkour. Actually, even if I jump on that, there's no shot you're getting up there. Yo, if you could actually do like a triangle jump to get on there, you could just walk across. Actually, is this collision? I don't think that trim is collision. Although, if I could get onto one of these paintings... I don't see that happening, though. I know you're not going to be able to win everything. Okay. You know, the biggest issue is just this ceiling right here. If I can get onto either of these lamps, that would work. If I could get on top of either of these paintings, that would work. Because if I can get onto one of those paintings, I can get onto the lamp, and then I can almost certainly just jump up to that ledge. Actually, let's go ahead and grab this cube to see if these paintings even have collision. Okay, the paintings do have collision on top. Both of them do. Huh. There is a little bit of collision there. Although it looks like something, probably part of the player's hitbox, is pushing them out far enough so their feet aren't able to grab that tiny collision little bit. Actually, you know what? It would make more sense to separate out the notes on a per checkpoint basis. Except there's really no way of knowing when a checkpoint happens unless you're paying attention to the save icon. Question. Do you have anything up there? Can I get into those lamps? Here we go. There is nothing in this lamp. nothing in this lamp. I already had all the chess pieces from this level, but that would be a really good spot to hide something. Okay, I'm actually going to save, close. Level 1. I'm going to go back to level 1. And I'm going to actually sort these by checkpoint. So, CP0. Okay, so where does the first checkpoint happen? Okay, the first checkpoint happens immediately before this room. Can I get a lucky cheeky worky ring? You gonna work? Nah, okay. Okay, so this is checkpoint 1. You pass over that. That's the start of checkpoint 2. Okay, so checkpoint 1 has 1. Checkpoint 2 has the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is getting to a lot more text than is probably beneficial to include in an image file. So, I'm going to take a small break, reformat this data into a text format, drink some water, eat some food, all that fun stuff. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Okay, so... Okay, so... Where am I? Okay, so this is... That was checkpoint 2, this is checkpoint 3. Okay, checkpoint 3 is 2. Checkpoint 4 is the cheese launch. Okay, so... Use the cheese to get a physics launch up to the door. It may be possible to get a physics launch off the lamp to get to the upper ledge. Oh, I should... It may be possible. I should update checkpoint 1 to get a physics launch to not... A physics launch... Wait, it may be possible to use the large pawn to get a physics launch to knock the blocks away. I'm sorry. Did that lamp just move? The lamp absolutely just moved after I grabbed the cheese. Excuse me? Was that because I was standing near the lamp? Very odd. Very odd. Oh, you mean... Actually, you don't even have to use the physics launch to get up to the door specifically. You really only need to be able to get up. So actually, it might be possible to just do this. No. There's not enough space to get the cheese to be big enough. to just place it down and climb up. I'm going to increase my graphics settings again, in case chance of lag makes the launches more consistent. Oh, there we go. Now just don't fuck up the last jump. Okay. So CP4 2, use the cheese to get a physics launch up to the door or upper ledge. Up to the door. Alternatively, you may launch to the upper ledge and jump to the door. Okay, checkpoint 5. Okay, checkpoint 5 is again going to be just 2. Okay, so checkpoint 5 is 2. Grab the large cube from as far away as possible. Then place it in the slot. You may have to push it around a bit to get it in fully. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Photos taken moments before disaster. Can I? What happens if I jump up there? Because come on, just give me the launch. What? I'll just do this. Yeah, that's much better. Is there anything... No, it's just solid wall. Solid wall everywhere. Hmm. I'm wondering if it might be possible to get this to drop down in such a way that it just skips into the hole. Nah. 1, 2, 3. That might be a thing. 4. Grab the cube, then shrink it using the wall, then place it on the switch. Okay, that was checkpoint 6. This is checkpoint 7. Okay, checkpoint 8 has 0 to start. Yeah, okay. For some reason, there's a checkpoint between there and here. I guess they want a checkpoint immediately after you clear the level, and then so that you don't lose progress, and then one after you start. So that you don't waste your time walking back. Okay, so 8 had 0, 9 had 2. Grab the sign from up close and position it such that it hits both buttons when released. And then this should be checkpoint 10. Okay, checkpoint 10 is the cheese. So that's 2. Grab the cheese and angle it such that it falls, that it knocks down a wall on the first release. So 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Huh, 21. Interesting. Do. Welcome back. I'm currently just going through my notes. I realized that using an image for text-based notes probably isn't the best idea. So I moved over to a text file for my minimum grabs progress. Okay, so level 1 has a total count of 21. For any percent, that is. If you were going for 100%, that would change things. Okay, so level 1. Level 2. Actually, hang on. Total. CP 0. No one chatted since I left? Well, I mean, you were the only person in chat. I mean, even looking at Twitch, there's a one person in that's currently viewing, and there is a chance that one person is myself because I have my stream open. Yeah, I haven't really had a big chat since I was playing Ultra Kill. But that's understandable, that game is pretty popular. I mean, no one chatted while I was gone. Yeah, there's not many, if any, people here. Okay, so checkpoint 0 has nothing. Okay. Checkpoint 0 has nothing. A creamy soda craving? Are you sure you don't mean a mini soda craving? Okay, checkpoint 1, I believe, has just one. Because you have to grab this. I believe you have to grab this door, unless you can potentially get a physics interaction to just push it out of the way. But unless that's a possibility, you have to grab it. And then you could just carry it until you get to checkpoint 2, at which point you pause the game and reset to checkpoint, which clears up your hands. Without having to actually drop the item. Now, you said you... So it doesn't count? Indeed, because the default button for... If I restore defaults, the default button for grab or interact is left mouse button, which is the same button as clicking these. So, like, someone could argue, oh, you still pressed the button. Like, maybe the game still registered it. So, I just rebound it to middle, like, click the scroll wheel, mouse button 3. So, I use left mouse button to click this, but I never press the actual use item button. Now, I believe you said you didn't make it very far into the game. Did you make it to this point? I'm curious if you have a guess as to how many it's going to take to get out of this little box. Or even if you didn't make it this far, I'm curious as to what you think the minimum number is to get out. Because once you get out, you can just jump over some boxes and it's home free. I never really counted. I believe in challenge mode, they give you a minimum of 2, and they expect you to, like, make a bridge like that. Doing something like that. But turns out, you don't need to make a bridge. Because they got a chair here, they got a lamp here, and you can just jump out. It's a little finicky. I never heard of challenge mode. I don't know if that's new or not, but basically it's you play through the game as normal, but each of the puzzles has a restriction on how many times you can grab things and how many times you can jump things. And how many times you can jump over things, rather. Or just, no, not things. How many times you are allowed to press the jump button. Words. Jump on a chair. And then, so checkpoint 2 is 0. Jump on a chair, and then lamp to get over the wall. And then checkpoint 3. This one I also find really interesting, because what you're supposed to do is grab this, move it over here, and then jump, jump. You don't have to do that. Turns out most of the stuff in this game has collision, which is probably because, like, there's some points in the game where you can change your size. So, like, that railing there, that actually has collision. So if you were small enough, you could walk along it. Introduce the painting. And you can just jump on top of the painting, and then jump over there. Jump on a painting, and then jump to the door. Checkpoint 4. That's definitely a speedrun strat. Oh, I guarantee it. Because, like, if you can get it down consistently, it's just a jump, 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 as opposed to having to go in here, grab this, like, get into... A speedrunner would be able to get into position faster, but you'd have to grab that, place it down, and then jump up. That's, like, probably like a 5 to 10 second time save. Unfortunately, here, the closest that I'm able to get is jumping up here. If you can somehow get up onto that upper railing, or even, like, if you can get onto one of these paintings, you could jump up here and then up and get over. I have not been able to get that to work. This little railing here does have collision, but it seems to be too small for the player's default size to interact with. But if you could get onto this painting, you could jump up there, and then you could almost certainly jump up there, or even just maybe jump straight across. But I have not been able to get that to work. After I fully finish the game, I will definitely be watching a speedrun to see if they have any new strategies that I didn't discover. Because it's more often than you would think, if you're doing a challenge run, basically the solution to a lot of the stuff is just look up how the speedrunners do it. Because they skip everything out of necessity. So if you're trying to restrict a mechanic and that mechanic is forced, sometimes you have to go out of bounds or do things in a funky way, and sometimes that funky way is just faster. Grab the cube from the wall, then proceed as normal. Grab the cube from the wall, making sure to place it so you can jump up without repositioning it. Speedrunners break reality to get a faster time. Yes. Yes, they do. Okay, checkpoint 5. Reset to checkpoint. Okay, so this actually does get placed here after you hit the checkpoint 5. Because you're intended to use that. But I'm curious if there's a way up without using it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and... Okay. I'm going to see if you can even get on the painting. Because some of the paintings... Okay, this one you can get onto. I'm going to test my theory that if you can get onto the lamp, you're home free. Why do the hitboxes vary? Oh, it could be anything. It could be the orientation in which they're placed. It could just be like how far into the wall they're placed. It could be something about the player's hitbox that makes it so they're too close to the wall for them to actually find purchase. Ooh, I don't think the lamp is high enough for me to get onto here. Or the devs forgot. That is also very true. Because all of these environments were built by hand. So it's entirely possible that that painting just got placed slightly further, slightly closer to the wall than this painting. And just the devs didn't bother to measure out the exact pixels. Because stuff like that, the majority of the time, the devs just don't bother fine-tuning, because for the casual player, it does not matter. It only comes into play when you're doing stupid, unintended stuff like this. Okay, so you want to grab this. Place that here. And then you grab the door. Okay, so that's gonna be a 3, I think, because I'm pretty sure once I leave that room, I'm gonna hit another checkpoint and I can reload. Grab and place the stairs so they don't block the door creation. Restart to last checkpoint after hitting CP6. I love when games encourage fucking around. Yes. It is amazing. Especially like puzzle games like this. Like, there is no one solution. There's a generalized intended solution, but it's just, hey, get to the end. Okay, good. There is a checkpoint up here, so I can reload without actually dropping the thing. Hi. Hello, Kamikaze. I am currently routing out Superliminal minimum grabs any percent. I am currently... I mean, I've already beaten the game, and I have most of the collectibles, and I went through all of challenge mode. I'm just doing this to break up the monotony of going through intended base game stuff. Okay. Technically, the only thing that's required is get this positioned properly. So I need to get up there. So... Hey. Oh, cool. No game is safe from your shenanigans. Nope. If I find the game fun, I will obliterate it. Okay, that looks like it's not going to happen. Maybe these pipes are tall enough? I doubt it, though. You should play Portal 2? Yeah, that's been brought up a few times. If I remember, I'll definitely add it to the poll for the next game. I have played Portal 2 up until the point where you start messing around with the gels, but past that, I have not. You should play Talos 2. I will play Talos 2 eventually. I just want to give my mind a decent break from that category of puzzling, so that it feels fresh when I go back. Okay, the only thing that I see possibly happening is maybe jumping from here to here. But that looks like it might be just out of reach. Maybe like jumping up onto the wall or something? Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to avoid grabbing this. I could grab this and then make stairs, but that's 2 grabs. I would prefer to make that into 0 grabs. So just to show you the intended solution real quick, you form that, grab that, back up to make it bigger, jump up here, and then you line this up and pull it out of the wall. Have you ever played the immersive sim genre? I think your type of playing games will really matter. What do you mean by immersive sim? Like power washing simulator? That kind of thing? No? Okay, well then I have no idea what you're talking about. Additionally, sometimes even just these static, non-grabbable objects, you can get a physics launch off of. Look closely at the checkered cube. It's made of marble. Yeah. Yeah, it's made of marble. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, it doesn't bounce it doesn't bounce like marble. Yeah, sometimes like this, you can if you get it really funky, you can get a physics launch that will just throw you into the air. So if I could get a physics launch on this, I could get that to throw me up there. And that would skip having to grab the cube. Can you stand on the outlet? Uh, I think the wall immediately pushes me off. But, the outlet does have collision. But that's very good thinking. That's the kind of thinking that you need when you're trying to do this kind of stuff. You gotta think outside the box. Also, if I could get a physics launch up to those, I could walk across and then jump onto the railing. You have to think without the checkered box. Yes, indeed. Although, I suppose that's this entire game's, like, gimmick. My long message explaining immersive sim didn't go through? No. Did you include a link or something? Because it doesn't look like it went through to Twitch at all. Like, not even just the on-screen chat. It didn't go through to Twitch on my side. And it actually, I don't think it went through, period, because I'm the streamer, so even if a message gets blocked, I should still be able to see it. Also, this is why whenever I send longer messages in chats, I always copy it to my clipboard first, so that if something fucks up while I'm sending it, I still have a backup. Also, an interesting thing is, on controller, on keyboard, I'm using WASD, and it's either move or not move. On controller, you can actually intentionally walk slowly. So that might have some interesting ramifications. Because I don't know if the physics launch is due to jumping while in a funky collision state, or if it's just due to the funky collision state itself. Because my current theory is that the player is inside of the object. My current theory is that if you get inside the object, while you're standing on the object, you jump, push into the object, but because you're standing on the object pushes you up, and then you just get launched to the world height. But sometimes you can get physics launches off of non-moving objects. Although I'm not even sure what counts as non-moving objects anymore, because there's one room with a lamp. That lamp seems like it should just be a static object that can't be moved, but nope, you can move it. So I'm thinking like most things are intended to not be able to be moved, but if you hit them hard enough, they will actually still move. Physics launches are popular in games like Portal and Half-Life. Yeah, I imagine it's a common issue with 3D engine games. Well, sorry, 3D physics engines that allow the player to move things. Or I guess just any physics engine that allows the player to move things. Because you have to account for the player putting the thing wherever it wants, wherever they want. Oh, that was close. Immersive sim games are games where you can use the tools in the game to create multiple creative solutions to solve problems, but they are generally intended, even though they seem like breaking the game, like a more complicated sandbox. Oh, okay. So something like I know it's not a puzzle game, but something like Minecraft, because you get a bunch of different tools to approach how you want to play the game. Like there are multiple ways to get into multiple areas, and even if some areas seem locked out, you can figure out a way using given tools. Oh, okay. So just more open-ended games that have like multiple potential ways to get through things. Kind of like I guess The Legend of Zelda would be a good example potentially, because you have a bunch of different items even though each dungeon has like an intended way of getting through. Although I haven't played Prey or Dishonored, so I'm unfamiliar with those examples. One thing that I have not been able to, not like Minecraft, no games that are designed to be broken. Think choose your own adventure, but it's actually about using the tools. Oh, so it's just like games that intentional, like they expect the player to find multiple solutions, and so they give them the tools to have multiple solutions. Because this feels almost possible. Also, I'm using the controller now because it feels like the controller has faster acceleration. Okay, I think they have the same top speed. But the controller has instant acceleration. Like using the keyboard, you start out slow a little bit. But the controller... I'm sorry? Oh, it's trying to move me into position for this. That's what's fucking with me. The controller has instant acceleration, which is an interesting distinction. Yeah, kind of like Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, all the creative stuff people make online. Yeah. Imagine instant acceleration for Ultra's kill. Does Ultra Kill not have instant acceleration? I mean, I can throw a grenade into my face and I start moving real fast. If you slide, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty close, but I don't think that jump is going to be possible unless, like, I can get some little extra boost. What the fuck? Why? On controller, jump is set to A. Why? I'm using a PS5 controller on Steam. If I press the X button, it jumps, as it would. I'm also pressing the triangle button, and it jumps. I beg your pardon? You would like Prey? I really recommend it. If you like the feeling of you're not supposed to be in this locked room yet, even though the devs expect you to be there. Nice. You can actually put that into the recommendations channel. I believe you're in the Discord. I never liked PlayStation controllers. The PlayStation controller... I should know. I was about to say the PlayStation controller is the same as the Xbox controller. They're all the same. But I think the shape is actually slightly different. And I haven't used an Xbox controller, so I shouldn't talk about things I don't understand. One thing that I'm curious about is if this game has strafing, or what's the term for if you're moving diagonally, you move slightly faster? I'm curious if the game has that. Also, some games don't cap their backwards movement speed. So if you can keep accelerating backwards, sometimes you can get ludicrous speed. Because this feels almost possible, but like just barely out of reach. I hear my cats fighting. Well, they probably have some issues to work out. Ooh, that was actually pretty close. If I hadn't hit the wall. Because the ledge grab thing is like fairly lenient. So like this could potentially be possible. We're trying to get them to get along. I don't know too much about animals, but it might just be that they need to just work out their differences. Also, one thing that might be able to help is like if there's certain places or things that they both like to use, maybe like try like moving their stuff around so that their scent gets all mixed together. I feel like that could either be helpful or magnitudes worse, because I don't know how territorial cats are. Because I have heard that when cats get a new toy, they generally don't like playing with it until it smells like them. Okay. I'm going to go back over here and mess with the pipes for a little bit. Alternatively, I could maybe find a way to launch up there. If I could get a physics launch up to one of those, that would also work. I'm just gonna mark this down as 3 uses, and then move on. And I can come back later. Had a different friend who died from something? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. So, checkpoint 6, 3. Grab and place the block as usual. Grab the large queen, and I believe that's a queen. That's queen, right? Hey, anybody who know chess? That's the queen piece, I believe. And reset when you hit CP7. Okay, so there's probably a checkpoint out here. Yes, okay. Show me the full piece. Well, I mean, it's gone now. Uh, here, here's a clip that has me holding the piece. Does it get removed forever if you reset checkpoint? Resetting checkpoint returns the map and the player to a predefined state. That predefined state includes not having something in your hand. But yeah, the wall gets replaced. So it doesn't really remove it. It's just, it's not in my hands anymore, so I don't have to use a grab to place it on the ground. Because these doors with the warbly effect, you can think of those similar to the... Does the wall get replaced normally too? Well, what do you mean by normally? Because if I'm on that side, that's a king. Oh yeah, the queen has the big crown, I think. If you're on checkpoint 6, that means you haven't gone through this puzzle yet. So if you reset, the wall needs to reset so you can solve the puzzle. Oh, as when you're normally playing the game? Normally, if you're playing the game, you'd grab the piece, throw it on the ground, walk through, and never see the wall again. So normally, it wouldn't matter if it respawns or not. But the reason why I needed to reload from checkpoint is the doors with this warbly filter on them, you can think of them as similar to the emancipation grills from Portal, where you cannot bring an item through it. Unfortunately, instead of destroying the item, if you hold an item, it does not allow you to walk through. Like, it physically doesn't let you through. So you have to place it down and then go through. But because I can reload checkpoint, I'm able to get rid of the item without placing it down. So like the purple barrier from Talos. Actually, yeah, that's a much better example. That's a perfect example. Okay, so we're currently on checkpoint 7, which it's not looking like that's going to have anything. Okay, checkpoint 7, nothing. Checkpoint 8. It's like border security? Yeah. Okay, checkpoint 8, I believe, is 2. Because you have to use 1 to grab the moon. Actually, no, it's 4. Because you have to use 1 to grab the moon, to place it down, relatively large. And then you have to use 1 to grab this door. And then 2 to place it down. Grab and place the moon such that it is relatively large. Grab and place the door such that it is large enough to walk through. Isn't this what Gru did? No. Gru actually was weak and had to use a rocket and a machine to steal the moon. I just grabbed it right out of the sky. Okay, so total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13. But you did shrink the moon. True. I did shrink the moon. Okay, so level 2 has a total of 13. Level 1 has a total of 21. Protagonist is a vampire, apparently. Is that a JoJo reference? Because I'm not familiar with any vampires that are capable of stealing the moon. Okay, so checkpoint 0. Actually, I'm gonna... Okay, reset to checkpoint. It has no timer yet, so I'm still on checkpoint 0. Unfortunately, I'm talking about the no reflection. Oh yeah, no, there is no reflections. Well, there is reflections. The player is not in any of them, though. Interesting. Checkpoint 0 persists. Okay, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to grab that and then place it over here. But a dev-intended skip is you can just jump from the railing. Okay. So checkpoint 0 has 0. Jump from the... Actually, no, that's not a railing. That's a banister, I believe. The upper ledge. CP1. I do not think it's possible to jump from here to there. Although, the controller does have instant acceleration. But yeah, I don't think you're making that jump. Yeah, that's not happening. At least, not without some other interaction. So, grab one half of that. Place it down such that you're able to jump up onto it. Okay, and then checkpoint 1 has 2. Grab the cube half and place it such that you may climb through the door. Checkpoint 2. Checkpoint 2, I believe, you have to lift it. I love watching you type on the keyboard. Oh, do you like the clacking ASMR? Okay, checkpoint 2 requires you to pull this tile out of the ground. If you could get any sort of physics launch on that and just push it out of the way, that would work. But I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, it shows the inputs on the display? Oh, that's funny. I forgot I had that up. Okay, checkpoint 2 has 1. Wait, yo? Oh my goodness. Checkpoint 2 has 1. Yo, the checkpoint trigger, you're supposed to move that grate and then walk through to hit the checkpoint, but you can just rub your face against the wall. Grab the cube floor thing, then rub against the grate to trigger the to trigger checkpoint 3 without removing it. Then reload to checkpoint 3. So that actually saves 2 grabs, because normally you would place down the cube, pick up the grate, walk in, and reset. But you can hit that, so you can actually just reset before grabbing this. That's amazing. Okay, so checkpoint 3, one of these times you're going to get soft locked. It's going to be very hard to get soft locked in this game, because you constantly have a reset to last checkpoint button. Now, this is an interesting room, because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to grab, and these aren't normal, they have a static size regardless of perspective. You're supposed to move that one out of the way so this one can come over here so you can jump up. Normally, that is 4 grabs. But these things are a little interesting, because a normal object, I think I've gotten up to this bit. Okay. A normal object, you grab it, and then... Actually, let me go back to the grate, or these cubes, to properly show you. A normal object, you grab it, and like it's in your hand and everything. If you pause the game, and then resume the game, it stays in your hand. These, if you pause the game, and then resume the game, you're no longer holding it. So you don't have to spend a grab to place it back down. I call those 2 the cripple cubes. That's funny. Luckily, you don't have to grab them. You can just jump over them. Okay. So checkpoint 4 has 2. Grab the slide cubes. And grab the slide cubes to move them. If you pause and then click the resume button, they are no longer in your hand. And then checkpoint 5. And I have to specify click the resume button, because if you hit escape, like for whatever reason, oh, wait a minute. Question. Okay, yeah. It's not specifically clicking resume. It's if left mouse button is held down while you are exiting, which is very weird. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, if I just click in the pause menu and then hit escape. If you pause and then click. Okay, if you pause and then click in the menu before closing it, they are no longer in your hand. Charging my phone without the charger because I have a power bank? Do you mean charging it without the block? Because even with the power bank, you still need the charging cord. Okay, the power bank has 4 different chargers on it. Oh, like it just has the charging cords built in. Yes? Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That will maybe work? Okay. 2. Grab the cube slice and position it such that you can access the door. I also have a cord that connects to the phone via magnet. I'm going to need you to explain that one, because last I checked, magnets and technology don't mix very well. Okay, this is checkpoint 6. Now, this one, unfortunately, is just as simple as, oh, you move it over, you place it, then you jump up. And then you grab this, but you don't actually have to let go, I don't think, because you're going to fall down and hit the next checkpoint, and then you can reload. You plug the magnet into the charging port and connect the charger. Okay, I'm still not following. Okay, grab and place the multi-cube as normal. Hold the cube slice and reload when you hit checkpoint 7. Okay, so this is currently 3 grabs. What? Oh, that's still checkpoint 6. Interesting. Can you land on that sign? I'm curious if you can land on that sign. Or is it just... Actually, maybe it's just as soon as you land, period. Because I can drop that down there. Okay, no, that sign does not have collision. Unfortunate. Although, if I can push this out of the way, that would be really convenient. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit a checkpoint. Oh no. I don't hit a checkpoint, I just go into the elevator. Okay. Okay, so don't reload when you hit CP7. Hold the cube slice until you reach the elevator. Total is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So level 3 has 10. And then level 4, CP 0. Because you don't actually have to release it. If the game just deletes it from existence. Oh, this is the worst level. This is the worst level for minimum grabs. Because this level is blackout. Okay, so CP0 has 0. CP1. I'm anticipating this entire level. No. I have to end stream soon, unfortunately. But I still have another half hour. This level, I anticipate only having one grab, period. Because there's a generator you have to interact with to turn the lights back on. But there's a small section where you have to move through darkness. Because they intend for you to grab a sign to light your path. Okay, checkpoint 1 had nothing. Checkpoint 2 had nothing. Yeah. Yeah, this level is the horror theme. So it was pretty spooky the first time through, but nothing attacks you. So now it's just yabba-daboo, yabba-dabee. I'm walking through, I don't care. So the checkpoints are really just to make it, to save you from backtracking. Boo. Okay, checkpoint 4 had nothing. Checkpoint 5. So, what you're oh, interesting. You can totally skip that checkpoint trigger. So what you're supposed to do is grab this sign and use it to light this hall. Fortunately, it's only like a couple jumps. And then all the way left. little bit to the right. And then you're free. So I need to figure out a consistent setup for this. Okay, so if I go into this wall, if I'm looking this direction, jump, jump. Well, if I'm holding forward constantly, I'm gonna end up here. If I'm dead center, I can jump this, then tap jump, tap jump. And then I walk forward, left a little bit. Actually, oh, there's a box here. So if I walk forward until I fall. Okay, I can hear my footsteps. Okay, so walk forward until I fall, go all the way left, then all the way right. Okay, I need to jump. All the way. Give me audio. I only want sound effects. Okay. Okay, so I can line myself up with this wall. Actually, if I put this over here. I can line myself up with this wall. And then line myself up with the fire extinguisher. That's a visual that I can get. Okay, so line up with this wall. Then line up with the fire extinguisher. Hold left, jump, jump. Tap forward, jump, back, forward. Well, actually, okay, so I walk forward until I'm against the wall, move over a little bit, back up all the way, and then I'm in. Okay, so it's... line up with this corner, fire extinguisher, hold left, jump once, jump twice. Walk until I stop hearing my footsteps. Go forward a small amount, jump left, jump back, jump back, and then jump left. All the way forward. Left, left, left. Back. Right, right, right. Forward. Hold left, jump. And then it's forward. And then there's lighting over there. Ah, right. Okay, so... here. Jump. Jump. Tap forward. Jump. Jump back. Left. Okay, nope, lost it. So here. All the way over. Tap forward. Okay, I think I might be missing a box location. Jump, jump, all the way left, tap forward. I'm not tapping forward long enough. Actually, hang on a second. I can see this corner. So I can get to this corner without seeing. What happens if I just hold left? Okay. If I just hold left here on this wall, do I line up? No. Okay, so I just need to hold forward for slightly longer. Starting to wonder if there's an invisible wall if you don't have the light with you. Give. Because doing the same things... Okay. Tiny jump. Then to the left. I can actually use... For the first part, I can actually use the, like that stuff as a guide. Okay, so this is where I want to be. Okay, so just dead center. So dead center of the spooky. But still face the fire hydrant. Okay, so like here. Hey. Okay, so stand in the center of the hall intersection and face the fire hydrant. Right, extinguisher. Oh, I think that was longer than 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, no, I was typing for 30 seconds. Oh, I was hoping to clip that. But also the entire attempt was probably longer than 30 seconds. Hold left and jump over the obstacle in the middle of the hall. You will end when you stop hearing your... Okay, so mute all audio sans sound SFX. When you stop hearing your footsteps, you are in front of the... When you stop hearing your footsteps, jump to the left. Hold down until you are against the wall. Do a short hop back and then a small hop left. Hold left until you are against the wall. Then hold forward till you hit the wall. Hold left for a few seconds. Then down until you hit the wall. Hold. You know what? Then the following until you hit the wall. Down, right, up. Do a small jump left and hold left until you hit the wall. Hit the wall. Hold forward until you hit the wall. Then hold left for a few seconds. You should be able, for a few seconds, for a couple seconds. Actually, no, a few seconds because you have the acceleration. Able to see the door now. Okay. Most convoluted, most lengthy segment of notes, because I had to explain how in the heck you walk through the darkness. Okay, checkpoint 7. Fairly simple. You jump up this, jump up this, jump up the boxes, and then go through the darkness. Jump up the environment stuff, then go down the hall in the shadow patch. Oh? Okay, so checkpoint. The power generator isn't technically part of checkpoint 7, which is interesting. Activate the generator. 1. Okay, that's loud. Oh, hey, you know why it's loud? It's loud because I have sound effects on absolute blast. Okay, now, this is where we take a split in the path. Because any percent doesn't go down there. Any percent goes back here. Because there is a secret way to beat the game. Although, I don't think the game actually considers it as beating the game. But the credits run, so I consider it beating the game. Luckily, with the lights back on, I don't have to do the dark path in reverse. Oh, interesting. Activate the generator, then walk to the elevator. Interesting that there's a checkpoint back here. Oh, actually, wait, no. Hang on. Is that a new checkpoint? No, that's not a new checkpoint. That's just hitting the old checkpoint. I am going to consider this extra press because you have to interact with the radio in order to open the door to the alternate ending. I'm going to consider this part of Checkpoint 8. Activate the generator. Activate the radio to open the door. Or rather, turn back the way you came and follow the pawn. Activate the radio to open the door to the secret ending. Wait, what? Oh, that's some bullshit. I forgot. The way checkpoints work is they reset the map to a predetermined state. I'm not doing that again. I'm taking the sign. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, the store's closed until you... that just snaps shut. Okay, so turn back the way you came and follow the pawn. Activate the radio to open the door to the secret ending. Yeah, this guy's interactions is... Or rather, going back through the map is a little funky, because there's a bunch of different triggers that didn't get removed fully. Like, even if you've already listened to that radio, it still triggers, I think. Because this door is closed fully. And if you just keep going, it's a loop. So you have to interact with the radio. Although, it might be, depending on how low the ceiling is, it might be possible to somehow do a physics launch over it. But anything with a physics launch is probably going to require you to set up an item, which, using an item most of the time costs a click, costs a use anyway. So just doing this one is less. Okay, so congratulations, you beat the game. Roll credits. Okay, so checkpoint 8, 1 to 2. Okay, so that is actually technically speaking, you can beat the game at level 4. So 21 plus 13, that is 34, 44, 45, 46. So technically, well, I mean, I guess technically you can just click credits here. But if you just count getting any ending whatsoever, 46 uses. 46 crabs. And that's 11 and a half hours. So that's a good stopping point. Thank you all for showing up. We learned many things, solved many puzzles. And tomorrow we will do more. Not as much more, only 4 hours because I have work. But we will do more. Farewell.